Good morning and welcome to Calaveras County Board of Supervisors budget hearings for June 14th, 2018, and happy Flag Day today. So we will go back and open the hearing back up. Please stand and rise if you can for the pledge. CAO Lutz, will you please lead us?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Yesterday when we left, I said that we would begin this morning with planning, and I see our planning director is here. So Peter, you want to come forward? And his starts at 393, if you're still looking for where we're going to, and we're going to have the CAO. Let's pull it up on the board for us. Looks like there's a $268,622 increase from last year's budget, your budget. It has to do with you're asking for 2 FTEs.
Yes, actually most of the increase is really things out of my control. We had negotiated pay raises. All the planners got a 5% increase in addition to the 4% COLAs that will be applied to them throughout the calendar year. We also had $10,000 cost for replacement of computers and phones that are required by IT to meet the new security requirements and to match the technical requirements of the system of the county. $31,000 for the Track It system, which came as a surprise to me that I was having to pay for that. Although it makes sense that we will be benefiting from that, but that was not something that was previous budgets. And then the biggest hit actually came from a change in accounting or budgeting processes where we have outstanding contracts, 2 of them for the general plan EIR and the legal support for that process. And that totaled, I'm going to say about $150,000. I don't remember the exact amount. That in the past had been just carried over from the prior year's budget, encumbered from previous years, and now we need to account for that this year. So other than the request, I initially requested 2 positions, a planner trainee and an office tech. When I was requested by the CEO's office to reduce my budget by $65,000 in the last few weeks of preparation, I eliminated those 2 positions. Timothy graciously put one back in for me because he knows how critical that position is to maintain our operations. So yes, the budget is increasing from previous years. I've actually cut quite a bit out of sort of what I call contingencies for the specialized services, particularly consultant costs. Throughout the year, things come up that we don't anticipate, and in many cases, we don't have either the resources or the expertise to deal with those. I budgeted in the continuing EIR costs as well as I believe it was about $40,000 for the housing element update, which is due next year. There's maybe another $20,000 in there that just for those contingencies, but in the past I actually had quite a bit more, so that's been cut pretty dramatically this year. I am a little concerned that we do not know the extent of public comments. We have money budgeted for that, but as often the case, and we faced this last year when the cannabis EIR comments, the response to comments, end up costing us quite a bit more than we did initially anticipated. It's unfortunately part of just the unknown of an EIR. You guess at how much public comment is going to be made and the cost of responding to that. We have a fairly healthy amount in there, but I'm concerned. One, I'm a little frustrated with our consultants right now. They have been apparently dragging their feet. Maybe not purposely, but we're well behind the schedule that they had in the contract, as well as just every time I talk to them, they say it'll be a couple more weeks, and then a couple more weeks goes by, and we'll have a couple more weeks. They are apparently eating through the contract fairly rapidly, and I need to rein that in, but I need to get the document out as quickly as possible. That's, you guys have told me that's the number one priority for the county, is get that done, and so I'm really working on trying to get that done. But I am concerned that when we get the comment period and then we have to respond to those comments, that I may be coming back for additional requests for funding on that, because I don't know. I expect that we will have a lot of comments on the general plan. It's just the nature of the beast. But I think that I can live within the budget that has been presented, with that one sort of unknown regarding the general plan response to comments on the EIR.
I'm looking at line item 5272, professional and special services. Is that the line item you're attributing $133,000 for the CIR for the general plan?
Yes.
That's it? Okay. And then the other one, 5271, was for the other items you were speaking of, track it and...
I'm trying to remember where the track it cost was included. That was $31,000. That's at 5186.
5186.
Yeah, computer software.
Yeah, okay, maintenance of computer software.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other one, 5271, includes...
Because I see a significant increase there, is why I'm...
That's because that was changed from the carryover from where in the past it was encumbered. It wasn't included in this year's budget. We are now budgeting each year, because it makes sense. It's coming out of this year's costs, even though the contract was entered into back in 2013, and it was a lot more. We've been sort of whittling it down. That was not in previous year's budgets required to be included in the current budget. It makes sense, but it's making it look like it's a lot worse than it really is, that money, even though it's been committed to, is coming out of this year's budget, not last year's budget. So we're paying for it in this year. So that's why that increase has been added to it.
Yeah, because I'm seeing actual to date is way over the estimate that was in the actual budget last year. You're at 58,000, and we only had 20,000 in it.
Yeah, and again, that's because I don't have it broken down in front of me right now, but the legal support for the EIR was is in that line item, but it wasn't shown in last year's budget. It was in the previous year's budget, or actually 2013. And so we've been doing that. Also, I assisted County Counsel's office with the legal support for the cannabis EIR and the litigation pending there. So because I had money in last year's budget and we were able to shift things around, I was able to help County Counsel's office.
Okay. Any, Supervisor Mills, your light's on?
Yes, a number of questions. Peter, regarding the vacancy, now you've had Planner 3 vacant for how long?
Since October of 2016.
And I'm looking at the salary savings for last year and don't see anything there, and also recommended for this year is only $26,000.
I'm hoping to fill that this fall. I'm anticipating that it might be able to be filled by October. If I can't, then there will obviously be more salary savings, but I'm trying to be optimistic that we can find a good qualified Planner 3 to assist our operations.
So if we plug a Planner trainee in as recommended, I'm seeing a budget increase of almost $200,000 over previous year. I'm looking at line 5001.
Yes.
I know that part of that's 138,000 for additional salary increases. So about 70,000 to do that planner training?
Yeah, I think it was $65,000 for the planner
65?
training.
Okay. How much do you feel that you're going to need to come back with for 5272 to accomplish the goals of the general plan update with the extended expenses that we're expecting that may occur?
Yeah. Again, I really don't know what that could be. Ideally, it would fit within the budget numbers that we have with the contract. But as we've seen in previous EIRs, those response to comments are often much greater than anticipated in what was scheduled in the original contract. And there's always a clause in that contract that says if it's greater than that, then we'll need to come back and negotiate. The EIR for the general plan, or for the cannabis ordinance, I think when they came back, they were asking, I believe it was $49,000 when they came back and said, we didn't budget this, we didn't anticipate this level of comment. So it could be within that range, $50,000.
So should we be thinking about what that might be or make an adjustment in mid-year if needed?
I was thinking that we would do it at mid-year, although if the schedule is, I would expect that we would have the close of public comment sometime in early August. And so we would know then, shortly thereafter, what additional costs, if any. And so it may be something we could adjust at final budget rather than at mid-year.
So the goal then is to try to get through that EIR process and get it before the board sometime in either January or somewhere about there. I'm not
Yes.
pinning you down to it.
My goal
certain,
is very end of this year or early next year to have hearings before the board.
Okay. Do you figure that there's going to be some needed money for community plans?
I don't expect that we will actually get to community plans during this next fiscal year. I think that would be something that would follow in the following year. I think
Okay.
the next step, once the general plan is adopted, would be a county-wide zoning map update to bring the zoning into conformance with the general plan land use designations. Not a full rewrite of the zoning ordinance. That's would be like the next step. And then additional community planning efforts would sort of go along with that process. But I think once we adopt the general plan, the next big step would be conforming zoning to the general plan so we don't have a conflict between the zoning and the land use. And that would probably take us through the fiscal year. So I'd be looking at other implementation measures in the 1920 fiscal year.
Do you feel that during the time that the general plan is being updated, that the state has made some significant changes in what their expectations are, that those might cause us some delays or some additional?
There are some new requirements by state law, and I've anticipated incorporating those into the final plan as we work through the EIR and add mitigation measures. I think we can add, the two main things are fire protection and addressing wildfire. And we've already addressed that to some degree. There are some additional requirements, but I don't think that's going to require significant changes. And then there is the economic justice requirement. We call it economic justice element. We've already got some of that in the general plan under the safety and public services element, where we've addressed legacy communities. There's a term that's used, and I'm drawing a blank on it right now. We have a different situation than the state law was meant to address. They're looking at urban areas. We've got pockets of poverty or concerns about economic justice. Our economic justice is quite different in that we've got a dispersed rural population, and the biggest issue is probably lack of resources or access to health care in this community. And I've been working with the public health department on looking at how we can improve that. I don't think those are going to raise any new environmental issues, so I don't think it's necessarily going to delay the process, but we will need to make sure that when the final plan is adopted, that those issues are addressed properly.
And my only questions is going back to the budget, is how these will affect your budget going forward.
So I believe that we can make those changes within the budget constraints that we have. Again, the only unknown is probably the response to comments.
Okay.
And if there's anything else that comes up that we don't anticipate, that suddenly we're going to need to hire a consultant to assist us on that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Oliveira, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mauer, thank you for coming this morning. I'm a little concerned about our consultant performance that you just mentioned. Did they give a reason why they're, quote, dragging their feet, if you will?
No, they have not.
There's probably no performance clause in the contract or anything, so we're kind of at their mercy at this point?
To some degree, yes. I need to go back and look at that more carefully just to see, because I know this is going to come up as an issue when we have the response to comments and they say, oh, we spent all our money on the preparation, now we need more money. I'm going to say, well, that was your fault, not ours.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid of going down the path that historically we've been down before, where we're spending vast amounts of resources on consultants and getting no results.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to see if we can prevent that from happening again. Okay, thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Is there anything the board can do to help this matter with the consultant? To expedite this, I have the same concerns as Supervisor Oliveira, and I'm sure the rest of the board have the same concerns with the EIR and the general plan with this consultant.
I don't know, and maybe it's something that Tim and I can discuss and see if there's something, a letter from the board that that might put a fire under them a little bit more. We're close to the next major milestone, but I've been close to that milestone for several months now, and I keep expecting that it's going to be done, next week, but it's not. So let me meet with Tim, and if we need to come back with maybe a letter from the board, that might be an appropriate response.
I think that would be very much appreciated by myself. I can't speak for the rest of the board. Are we satisfied with their performance overall so far, except that issue? Are they doing a good job?
I think that the document that we will end up will meet the requirements of CEQA, which is sort of the bottom line what we want. There are so many requirements and so many potential pitfalls that all it takes is one little issue that's not looked at that someone who opposes the project can try to use as leverage to slow it down or to get a different result. It's unfortunate that CEQA has evolved into a procedural process as opposed to an informational process, which is what it's meant to be. And so I understand the need, and part of the delay has been, we got the initial document, we reviewed it internally, we reviewed it with outside counsel. We said, wait a second, there's some changes in law, some changes in court case that you need to address a little bit more precisely. And so we sent it back to them, and they looked at it, and so that's a part of the normal process. It's just, again, the response time has been just unacceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board questions? Comments?
I think I would like to include in our decision here, polling the board to include that letter from the board, and that ask the CO to draft or to have Peter draft a letter.
Well, yes, we can pull the board, and if he comes back and says yes, that we need to do that, then
And it's ready to go.
So I will pull the board. Supervisor Clapp?
Yeah, I'd definitely like to see a letter and stuff, because this has been dragging on for way too long. I mean, it's excuse after excuse after excuse, and by the time that
we get something, the state will have some other law or something that we'll have to address too. So it's been dragging. I'd like to have a letter, like where they're at and what's their problem.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Olivera?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi?
I support the budget put forward by Peter.
Pulling a letter.
Yeah, I don't see that as a budget discussion, but of course, if that puts a fire in them and Peter thinks it's going to help, by all means.
Okay, so I'm a yes. So let's poll on the CAO's recommended budget.
Can I?
But I think the CAO has something he wants to.
Yeah, I apologize. So last night, my goal was, after where we landed yesterday, go through and identify ways that we can bring this budget into balance. As much as I hate to say it, I'm sorry, Peter, and I didn't get it. I tried to reach out to everybody this morning. I was doing quite a number of calls. But my recommendation would be at this point to at least defer the trainee position until final budget where we know our final revenue picture. That would reduce $68,610 from the planning budget.
That was a trainee position?
Yes.
That's the fully loaded costs.
That is the fully loaded cost.
So with that being said, I'll pull the board. Supervisor Clapp?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Olivera?
Just an understanding that we'll be reviewing that at final budget, or we're just going to eliminate it now?
No.
The goal would be to review it again, the feasibility at final budget.
Okay, yes.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So, thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
And I don't see Brad. Oh, I see Judy's here. We can do HR, Judy. I see you with the frightened look. Come on up. HR is...
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. I did dress patriotic for Flag Day.
You have a page behind it?
Human Resources 318 narratives begins. What page? 318. Or, yeah, and then it goes on from there.
Yeah, 326 should be for your...
325 starts the schedule line.
Now, starting off before Judy talks, if the board recalls, obviously, this is one of the departments where we have our error in on the salaries. So that salary number that's displayed there is clearly incorrect.
How incorrect?
Yeah, do we have a...
What's the correct number?
388, 344.
388?
344.
So is that, when we did our totals,
That is part of the gap that I'm trying to close back up.
so
We'll address that when we get at the end here. I met with the CAO, and he's going to present to us how he proposes to close that gap. And one of it was through planning that we just talked about.
which gap?
The gap that we have from the error in salaries here and the gap that we have from the errors in the planning department salaries, both same type of error.
And so that's the same one that happened with probation, correct?
Yes,
There was the 688,000 we talked about.
620,000.
So we need to fill that
yeah.
gap because it's not anywhere in the budget.
And this additional 388 is not in the budget either?
No.
The correction was not in the budget that was presented, and that's what just so I'm clear, when we had the error in these two budgets, the total combined amount between those, so we had the 324,000 from Human Resources. We also had ultimately what was 305,000 in planning. What my goal then has been to close that gap to bring us back to balance without using any of the one-time funds.
So we had a $1.3 million. When we add up planning, you said 305 in planning?
No, I said probation and
Probation.
human resources.
Right.
So 600 and,
So about $1 million.
no, 600 and
Proba-
324 plus
340.
305 is what your gap is, so 630,000 roughly.
And this human resources, not included in that total?
It is included in that total.
Okay, so that's plus, or that's all in, so all in, what is our final number?
All in, we were off by roughly $630,000 from, with the errors.
And I met with the CAO, and we're going to address that gap when we get to the end of the vote, going through all these.
Okay.
Okay? 'Cause we needed a plan to address that shortage. Okay? All right, Judy, welcome.
Thank you.
Board questions? You want to put a presentation? You want to talk? You want to speak a little bit about your budget?
Well, I can speak to the changes in the budget. It has been my goal since I started with the county, the day before the Beat Fire, to make human resources more of a business partner with all of the departments in the county. And so in taking the time the past couple of years to closely look and dissect what HR can be doing better, and of course recruiting is something that we are constantly trying to take lessons learned and how we can improve. And we are asking to add NeoGov to the county, which will make a huge difference. NeoGov is a recruiting system that about 65% of the counties in California use. If anybody signs on to governmentjobs.com, that is NeoGov. And so any applicants, and we were talking about those, the younger generation, that everything has to be done on their phones, being a part of the NeoGov family, anybody who has applied through governmentjobs.com for a job at another government entity, they can just pull up their application, their information that's already in the system, and make the modifications to apply for our position, and boom, it's done. In the research that I've recently done, and we've tracked the matrix of how many people are looking at jobs and how many people are actually applying for them, there's something wrong there. There's something that we need to fix, and I believe this is the fix. This is how we can draw more people to apply for our positions. Because not only can, people apply easier, we can target jobs to push out invites to those that have applied for positions within NeoGov of similar likes, and then we can send out an invite to them to apply for the positions. So in becoming more aggressive and doing more, I think that this will make a huge difference. It not only helps in the recruiting side, it also helps on the onboarding. There's an onboarding component to NeoGov. And so it helps with that experience of getting people on board. So as soon as they accept that job offer, we can send them out the invite. We have information about the department they're coming into, the paperwork they need to fill out. So it's a better overall experience for the new person coming to our county. It also decreases the amount of work that my staff is doing, and not only my staff, but the auditor's staff also, because we can automate the paperwork that they're filling out for onboarding will automatically flow into one solution. And so it's getting rid of the automated data input that will have to be, or the manual data input that's being done by my staff and also the auditor staff. And so it has its value, it'll pay for itself just in that component. And then also down the road, there's a performance management component to it also. So it will create efficiency and then also help with a big portion of what my office is doing, which is recruiting. My other requests, we are moving the safety compliance analyst out of the Public Works office and into and under HR. This will allow that we have a more cohesive safety policies throughout the county. 90% of the work is done in Public Works, but this way, when they are creating and updating, staying up with OSHA, and updating those policies, it's pushed out within everybody in the county. HR is responsible for safety, and I believe that's where that position needs to be. It is not an additional cost to my department, since 90% of it is works done in Public Works, and then I can also use risk subsidies for the other portion of it. I have also asked for a limited term position, which was only for a year during the time frame that we're trying to get NeoGov up and running, to take some of the work off of my staff, but that's something that I can take another look at.
If I could add to that piece, I had spoken with Judy this morning. Part of my recommendation would be that limited term position is $37,328. My recommendation would be to reduce that position, to not hire it. Or if we want to treat it as a project cost of basically bringing a software system live, if it speeds up that process, makes it more effective, to use something like Teeter under the guise that you're, basically seeding or funding what is a startup project. But I think from the general fund standpoint, I would recommend taking out the $37,328.
So those are the big changes in my department.
Any questions?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins, for coming.
Okay.
You struck a nerve. Safety position. Who conducts our safety inspections on accidents in our workman's compensation program, and when we have an employee injured? I know we're structured to have an additional reporting by supervisors, but who does the in-depth investigation?
So on workman's comp, I am revamping our workman's comp program, and currently our injury and illness program, which we modified a year ago, it's one of my staff members that makes sure that all of the reports are done correctly, that they are turned in. We spend a lot of time going back, making sure that supervisors fill out the reports, that they are doing a root cause analysis, so that we can make sure that this incident doesn't occur again. Do we need training? Right now, I have also used risk subsidies to bring in Bickmore, which is a safety company, to look at our safety policies, to make sure our safety policies are up to date. On Friday, we're doing an ergo training. On the 15th and 27th, we're doing an ergo training for our personnel, our office personnel, which will include lifting, because we've had an increase in lifting incidents, which is not a large amount of weight, because we have focused on our, our crews that are out in the field, things like that, on lifting and those safety components, but we haven't focused on our office personnel. And so this is not a hit to my budget, since we are using risk subsidies. But I do need somebody that can take those policies that we are now getting up to date and make sure that we are compliant throughout the county.
What's our workman's comp mod for the county, do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know our mod rate. We do a quarterly review of all of our workers' comp claims, what's open, what's closed, what do we need to do to close them, what cases can we get settled so we don't have the future medical on them. In a past life, I used to live by that mod rate. Everything we did was that mod rate. Here, it's really the lost days, getting people back to work. And so I am right now talking with a person, it's Norm Peterson and Associates. We had a program, our system, that we had here several years ago, I think it was 2008, 9, somewhere in there, where they manage our return to work program. He saved us over $100,000 in the time frame that we had him, and that's against our workers' comp, the lost. And we decided we were doing so well, we could just manage that program ourselves. And I think it's important that we push back out to him, have him come in, and it's not a hit on our budget. The cost for him goes against the workers' comp claim, but because he's getting the person back to modified duty, we're saving money on the workers' comp side. And because we're in a pool for workers' comp, it helps everybody in CSAC. They're very happy when we do programs like that.
The CAO may be able to answer this question. Our insurance program, are we catastrophically insured, or do we have a low deductible, high deductible on our workman's comp or any type of injury program? Do we know?
So on our workers' comp, we are in the pool, and so it's paid out of, the workers' comp is paid out of the pool. Now, 4850 is a different story.
Right.
So 4850, we are still paying their salary.
That's a very important position. I commend you on keeping that in-house, but qualifying that position and opening up that umbrella to cover everything instead of just public works, field work.
Right, we want to make sure, and like I said, my staff has worked, it's not something that no one's doing. My staff is doing this now. We're trying to improve policies, which is why we brought Bickmore in, and we are trying to definitely make Calaveras County, the employer of choice. But we need to get somebody in there that's their dedication, because we are pulled in. My staff, we are not only human resources, we are also risk management, which is a whole nother
area.
Yeah.
But they're intertwined in some areas. Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Mills, you have?
Yes, so I will cross off risk. So it's a good discussion. How are you doing on records? I know that you have a lot of records that you're retaining.
Right, and so we're doing a really good job on getting the workers' comp in there. And so our person we actually are working with Mother-in-law job training, and we have a work experience person working in our office right now. She can only work up to 29 hours a week through that program, and it is a very short-term program. We're helping her gain experience, and in turn, she also helps us get projects done. She's done a great job, and so we've been scanning or moving documents into the system, and we're going to be having her help us with that project. I haven't had it in my budget to be able to get somebody else to do the scanning, and so we're kind of filling in when we can, but we actually have moved a lot of workers' comp into it.
So as far as scanning documents, though, that is an ongoing process. And
it's going to be an ongoing process for a couple of years.
Doing it. An interesting percentage that I was always looking at in business was the number of applications to the number of hires. So how many applications you have to paw through to finally get somebody that is qualified enough to go through the onboarding process?
Well, I'm going to say the amount of applications has dwindled down significantly, because of course, like what was in CAO Lutz's presentation, is that the unemployment rate has dropped significantly, which means the applicant pool is drying up. And so we are having to come up with more creative ways to reach the passive applicant, the person not looking for the job. And so we are not seeing as many applications, but we are seeing applicants that are better qualified for the position.
And that is really the key to the question. Is that before you were spending a lot of time on these needless applications that didn't even begin to fit, and now you're getting into more of a higher level of qualified app.
Right, we're seeing it causes us to spend a lot more time on the front end, and that's one of the projects with NeoGov. It's not just a case of we set up the system for people to send applications. We are revamping the whole way we do recruiting. We have a process that we're going to start where we do a better interview with the department head on exactly what type of in-depth search needs to be done for the person that they want. We want to do better questions, supplemental questions. And so we are really vetting out that applicant so that when we do find the few applicants that are out there, they are the right people.
The next question has to do, again, with background, is that when you reach a turnover threshold within a department, it all of a sudden threw you into a negative, simply because everybody was now watching your department. There's something going on here. Is there a way for us to track the costs involved in departments that carry high turnover so that we are actually knowing what those cost generation numbers are?
So NeoGov does that. And so that's one of the other upside on that, is it tracks all the recruiting costs. And so that's a plus. And then we can add in the few things that are not in NeoGov, such as the background cost, and we can easily have those figures.
Because I was looking at an 8% turnover threshold, and anything above that, all of a sudden, that started affecting your budget.
Right.
In other words, they would actually back charge your budget for those costs above the threshold. So not that we would actually get to that point here, but for those that are really spending a lot of HR time, it is affecting the overall budget for us and our performance, because it affects performance as well. So I would like to see some kind of a threshold established that once we achieve that number, that you now have a way of letting us know what that effect is on the budget of that individual department and how it affects us as a total in our budget.
And we will be able to track those numbers. Right now, there's no way in our system. We have to manually track all of that. And with NeoGov, we can easily do that.
I'm looking forward to it.
Me more than anybody else.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have one more comment to make.
Sure.
I'd like to draw the board's attention to page 322, the bottom item, services and supplies, and I'd like the board to take note of the decrease in our workman's comp premiums, our liability premiums, and you'll also notice the increases. That's an outstanding job to reduce our workman's comp premium by $181,000. That shows the importance of a safety program that's successful. More importantly, we have the liability premium decreasing by $70,000. Now, the position is funded at $90,000 for a safety specialist,
Analyst.
if you will. So I think we're on the right track.
Yes, and I think one of the things I also want to draw attention to is I met with our account managers from CSAC EIA for our liability side, and our numbers, and also in talking with Norm Peterson, our numbers are below the average. So, and when I tracked back several years, we are doing good. Our efforts are paying off.
Good. The bad news about that is our increased premium is $46,000 for litigation. But you got to keep in mind, folks, that litigation, those events happened probably 2 years prior to that, and we're just paying the legal defense on it. So we're going in the right direction. Doing a good job.
Thank you.
Any other board questions? Thank you, Judy.
You're welcome.
So I will pull the board at this point on HR's, CAO's proposed budget for HR. Supervisor Clapp,
Yes.
Supervisor Mills,
Yes?
Supervisor Oliveira,
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi.
This is the current recommendation.
That's what I was going to ask. Does this include reducing with that HR clerical assistant?
Yes.
Reducing, yes.
37,328.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay?
Now, that 37,000, that might come back out of the teeter you were talking about.
I put it out there as a possibility if that was something the board wanted to consider in regard to the NeoGov project, and Judy could probably speak to, because I'm not completely familiar with how that project, you're viewing it rolling out and what that person will be doing that would buy you some time, if you want to describe that.
Well, everything kind of rolls up. So with the NeoGov has 3 modules. The first module is recruiting, onboarding, and then performance management. For my staff to create efficiencies as soon as possible, I really need to get the applicant tracking, the recruiting piece done as quick as possible. That piece also has the least amount of requirements from the IT department. And so with the onboarding will require using time with Barbara Biddick. And so recruiting doesn't take as many resources. But with having the clerical position at the front desk, it does not pull my program assistant to the front desk. And so she can take on work from my recruiter and help my recruiter get things done so I can have him focusing with getting things done in NeoGov. One of the things is making sure job descriptions are accurate before we upload them in the system. Making sure that everything is in good shape before we get it in the system. Because when we get this out there to everybody, we want Calaveras to look like the place to be, the place to go. And we know we've got great people here. We know this is a great county to work. And so we just need to make sure that we have everything set up in the system the way we want it to be. And so having time to coordinate with the department heads. Also with changing job descriptions, I have to have meet and confers with the unions. And so having somebody to have that time, it all just kind of, the clerical, I don't have to pull one of my other staff members to be at the front desk.
Okay? Thank
Does
you.
that answer the question?
Yeah, I think it does. Very thoroughly, thank you.
Okay.
So we have consensus on your proposal. At this time, I've been asked to, and Brad, excuse me, it's going to be just a couple minutes because we're going to do something else here. I've been asked to go back and clarify or bring up and have a discussion on the deficit that occurred that's not in our book that we talked about. I think we started yesterday in the morning. It was brought up that in HR, in the book, there was a deficit in wages and salaries, and in probation, as Brad came up and, not Brad, excuse me, Sam came up and told us that we had a problem there. And I think the total amount of that ended up about somewhere around $640,000. And what that entails is, that's not included in our book and our budget. So you have to fill that gap somewhere. And so you have to either make reductions in this book in front of us, or determine you want to take it from contingencies, or you want to take it from reserve, or find some other way to fill that gap. And the CAO and I had some discussions on it, and he's come up with a plan to fill that $640,000 gap. And he has it, you can pull that up, and we can go through it and discuss what his recommendations are. And I think he's had some conversations with department heads on this issue and what his plan is to bring us back in line with what we have in our book.
So the change was actually about 630,000 in total, so that was the target spot that I identified. We've talked about a couple this morning already, but I'll go through this list. The first is within County Council's budget, a $150,000 reduction to the professional services line. We try and build in a healthy contingency there. I don't like reducing the contingency. We had to do something similar at last year's preliminary budget, and we were able to ultimately restore a good portion of that throughout that, I think at final budget when we restored it, might have been about mid-year. We were able to restore it, but unfortunately when you know there are a few areas that I know that we have some contingency built in, that one's an easier one to identify. Also recommending the admin analyst position for my office, that we pull that out, defer, reviewing that for final budget. That would save $95,336. The previously discussed IT services technician position that the board yesterday did say proceed with, my recommendation is we go back and pull that position out of the budget, in addition to reducing IT's professional services by another $27,000. That was a line item in IT's budget for strategic planning. I am not having gotten a chance to really review the scope of what that contract is, I think there might be alternative options to meeting what they're looking for a lot less than $27,000. We already discussed the planner trainee position when Mr. Maurer was up for his budget. And then we also discussed the HR clerical position when Ms. Hawkins presented her budget. When Brad comes up, my recommendation is that this is an office technician for animal services. What I'd like to speak to environmental health about is an opportunity where they might be able to leverage or blend some of their clerical in environmental health to provide support to animal services, but we not actually add a new position at this time. Again, and I didn't put the note there, we can certainly defer that to the discussion at final budget if the revenue picture is different than it is today. The combination of those items, those 7 items, saves $489,599 from the budget. The 2 additions or edits that I would make, one, when we built the budget, we made our assumptions based on our utility costs. After negotiating with SASD, San Andreas Sanitary District, on sewer rates, and where we felt we were being overcharged, our new rate and bill is going to save us significantly. At this point, I'm very comfortable knowing that we'll have at least the $40,000 savings to that budget on an annual basis.
So that's not finalized, though, right? And that's not reflected in our budget.
We already got the billing statement, and that is what they're billing us. So
It's not in the book.
it's not in the book. That's correct.
Are they like CCWD planning a rate increase this year?
No. This is based on their rate for their
Commercial?
Yes. And then lastly, we identified an area where the personnel cost forecast actually had double counted a portion of salaries in the clerk, county clerk and the recorder's budget. I spoke with Ms. Turner this morning, making sure that she was comfortable with this. And what we'd be doing is basically putting $100,000 in salary savings divided between those 2 budgets. Those actions, starting with the 489, taking out that 40 and the 100 brings us to 629,599.
Way to go.
So we need to open up IT discussion.
Yes.
Well, we either open it up or we take a poll on his proposals, and then he can make those adjustments when it comes back on the 26th.
That would be what I recommend to make it the cleanest.
Is there any point in listening to the rest of the presentation?
I mean, I think there are definite changes in the budget that the board might want to consider on certain areas.
Is there any questions on what he's gone through?
No.
I mean, obviously, we're there, and because of what happened in the book, and it was pointed out and caught, good thing it was caught prior going in, that we knew it, so we had to address it at some point where we have a deficit. And this is what the CAO came up with to fill this gap. Obviously, it's about $400. If we're at 630, it's $400. So you're going to write a check for the $400.
I was going to say, I think I can probably find a professional services line to make up the difference on the balance. Yeah.
So, is there any question or discussion on what he's proposed to us? So I'll poll the board. Supervisor Clapp?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, it's good.
Supervisor Oliveira?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi?
So, just so I'm clear, so the poll is to adopt this?
Adopt
No
it.
further, other departments, yeah, you're going to pass it, so yes. Great.
And I'm yes.
Well, yeah, and not to adopt it per se, but to recommend that, yes, this get incorporated into the budget that comes back on the 26th to the board.
Yeah, but that's subject to final budget approval also.
Correct.
Absolutely.
When it comes back in September.
We can have more
But
discussion.
I'm sure we're going to have more adjustments.
Right.
All right. We can move on to Environmental Management Agency. And
Good morning.
morning.
I don't have a prepared presentation, but I'd be happy to discuss with you any of the budgets you want to go through.
What number are we?
Well, Schedule 9 I have starts on 251.
251?
His narrative and starts at 241, or 242.
And there are a couple of units under there. You have air pollution control. I don't know, Brad, if you had one that you wanted to discuss at all. We have the Ag Commissioner, which was discussed yesterday.
Yeah, I'd be just happy if we could just kind of go over each one just real briefly and answer any questions you might have.
Okay? Give us a second here. So the first one in our book is air pollution control,
All right.
which is 00010.
Yeah. The only comment I'd make about air pollution control, it's one of those budgets where it's kind of independent, where you carry over the balance from the previous year, and we have just basically run out of money. We're going to break even. It shows $1,000
I see
to the
that.
plus side, but I think it's going to be like zero if we're lucky. We've got a really outstanding air pollution tech that is really hardworking, highly intelligent. We're working on some grants now, and we're working with Tim on some other funding ideas for that, but that's going to be just a major priority this next year, is trying to make that districts remain afloat. So we've used up our reserve, and this is it. We just are going to, I think, break even. We've got the budget just down to the bare minimum, I think.
There are no general funds that go into that, correct?
I beg pardon?
The general funds?
Yeah, there should be no general fund contribution on this one. And if we can manage to pull these grants off, we'll be able to come back next year and say the same thing.
Any other questions? Supervisor Mills, your light's on?
Oh, no, not on air pollution control. Unless it's, how about vehicles
The vehicle,
for your department?
we've got an old pickup truck that he uses. It's mostly an office job. There is some, he does go and respond to complaints and things like that. And
Is that something to be thinking about, maybe not this year, but somewhere in a future budget?
yes, or he just can borrow other vehicles that are around. Hopefully, the budget is just so tight. I just don't know how we'd be able to afford a vehicle even next year.
You might talk to Patrick. I know he's
Yeah.
amassed vehicles that we're looking to either surplus or rehabilitate that we might be able to.
That's absolutely true. We've got these vehicles that are sitting out there that are flat tires and things like that. We need to actually go through our whole EMA, I think, inventory and surplus the old ones and see what we've got. And
That was my only concern on
yeah,
air
it's a good concern, but I just don't see the money's there. So,
Animal control, 0480.
all right.
We did ag yesterday, so I'm jumping ahead.
No, animal control, we haven't talked about that yet.
We did agriculture yesterday.
We did ag, yeah.
So I'm jumping ahead to animal services.
Animal control. If we could talk about that staff person that's being recommended. The frustrating thing about that, and I just wanted to bring this out, is that we could get by without that position if it wasn't for this issue with the unions that we have. Because the shelter attendants and the animal service officers, they don't mind filling in when our one office tech is out, on vacation or sick or whatever. But the problem is there's two different unions involved. So the animal service officer and the shelter attendants are on that CCPSEA, and the office tech is on the SEIU, and they won't allow the crossover. And so because of that, we've ended up with every time the office tech has to be out, there's nobody to fill in there. And so we thought of putting in this additional person budget full-time and try to use it at halftime, and then make good use of this person by using them to coordinate the volunteers and stuff like that. But I understand what you're saying about
Well, and I have
deficit.
to add to that, I will say, you know, particularly coming from a previous animal services director, this was the hardest recommendation I had to make, knowing that we do have a staffing issue out there. I hate it when I'm seeing we're having to close the office because somebody calls in sick.
Yes.
And my question would be, is there an opportunity here to leverage some support and cross-training from environmental health? And I recognize it then creates a challenge for you on the other side, but some way that we can have cross-trained coverage in the event that somebody's out.
Yeah, I just kind of backing up a little bit about that. We don't have any office support, office techs, environmental health. We have 2 permit techs, and then we have our administrative assistant. And our administrative assistant has just gone overboard helping the animal services. She's working on the payroll. She's doing, now that we're between managers, so she is taking an integral part already. As far as taking our 2 permit techs, one of them, and moving them, it could be done. It'd be quite a hardship for us because they're the people that are on the front line for these, the people that we're serving with these permits. As far as the on-site, one of them basically works with on-site wastewater, and like in the last fiscal year, they issued 1,180, almost 1,200 permits for different activities there, with basically our one staff person is in the field all the time, and then the permit tech. In environmental health, as the facilities that we're inspecting, it's 1,825, and again, that front office person is the connect with the customer service because that's the people interact with as the staff in the field. So yes, it could be done. It'd be a big hardship, and I'll just leave it to your discretion on what to do with that. Go ahead.
Chair, maybe I'm thinking, you've had experienced some salary savings in this department over last year. How much did you roll forward out of last year's budget?
I don't know.
Okay, no, that's a good answer.
But I know we've left a position unfilled, and we're in environmental health specialist position, and we plan to leave it unfilled in the next.
Well, I'm thinking, even with animal services, that your department as a whole, you did experience some
Yes.
salary savings over last year's budget that has been rolled out.
It is just hard to keep those positions filled. It's a lot of turnover. This is we keep Judy pretty busy.
Well, and I brought this up even when I first got on the board, is stress evaluation, stress debriefing. It is a very difficult position. I think it's even more difficult to some degree than some of the other EMS work. If we can understand why the turnover is occurring, because there is a cost associated with that, and there's also a level of service reduction that occurs when you do turnover in a regular basis like this. So there's a good portion of your work that's being done is public health work. So you're really split between what you're doing and what public health is doing, and the services are being provided both ways. So I think that's part of the challenge here.
It's a real challenge, and there's 2 aspects to it, I think. One is that we get as smart as we can about recruiting and try to weed out people that might have emotional problems or whatever that would not work. And I know Judy and Deborah and HR has been really helpful on that, and we've talked about that. Like for our manager, animal service manager position that we've done, there was an extensive amount of forethought and work that went into that. The other thing, the ones that I'm aware of, the people that have met, they've gone to like a law enforcement job in a nearby city or something, and you know, considerable boosting their career and money and all. So, and then there is just the stress of the job itself. And if the job itself wasn't enough stressful, there is a lot of fingers in the pie. There's volunteers that are extremely helpful, but each has their own perspective, which is sometimes different than what we have to do when we have to manage these animals. And so,
Is some of this driven by a lack of policy or lack of clear?
Absolutely. And one of the primary things we want our new manager, who's coming on the 25th, Evan Jacobs, is to really focus in on structure, policies, and procedures, because from what I understand, there's been a huge improvement as far as the reputation of animal services, the care of animals we provide. The whole support system is totally different than it was a number of years ago. So there's been really strides made in that area, and we want to build on those strides with policies and procedures and structures, because that will be extremely helpful. And that is one of the criticisms that I've heard many times from both staff and volunteers is where's our policies, where's our protocols. So that's definitely going to be a priority.
And that by itself can lead to turnover.
That will help, I think.
Supervisor Oliveira, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sounds like you've got a real problem in your department when it comes to animal services. Other than the fact presented by Supervisor Mills, is it a compensation factor or just finding the right people for the right positions?
I think it's both, and I think that compensation factor really got helped by the recent adjustment in the salaries for people that were, you know, certain percent below. So that's been brought up. So that's helped that. It's been such a pleasure for me to actually get to know the people more personal and one-on-one since I've been their direct supervisor. And I think we've got a pretty strong team right now. And but you just do the best you can. The compensation is part of it, but I would really say the stress may be even a greater part of it. You combine that high level of stress with pretty low compensation, and it's kind of a formula for high turnover, I think.
I'm going to ask you a real direct question. What do you need to make this department functionally safe and successful? You need people, you need money. What do you need, Brad?
I think having a strong manager in there will be a big asset, and we need to work to build a stronger partnership with the community and other community groups like the Humane Society, Focus, and it's a lot of people skills that are needed. And of course the budget is always going to be a challenge, and I know a big chunk of it comes out of the general fund money. I don't want the animal services people to feel like they're the bottom rung of the food chain. You know, the vehicle we put in for a vehicle, you provided money in the budget last fiscal year, and shame on us for not getting that vehicle. But we put it in again, and thank you. And it's probably, it's not enough, but we'll wait. When we get some specific plans, we're going to come back with that, because having good equipment is important too.
Why didn't we get that vehicle, if I could ask? I don't want to put anybody on a spot, but that has a certain part, and it plays a role in morale of your department. And when you have 2 or 3 strikes against you, driving a halfway decent vehicle means a lot to the folks with boots on the ground. Why didn't we get that vehicle if it was funded?
Why didn't we last year?
Yes, sir.
I really don't have a good excuse other than take responsibility that we didn't prioritize that, and we didn't get it done. We talked to staff about what kind of vehicle they want. If you go up there, you'll see there's these 2 old typical animal services trucks that are sitting there, one with a flat tire. One has a bent frame and doesn't steer right. the other has a flat tire, and the problem with those vehicles, they look like really animal services vehicles, but they're two-wheel drive and they're so low they get stuck going up a simple driveway, so they don't like those. So they have these two older pickup trucks with a cage, an air-conditioned cage. You've seen them on the back, and they use that. So we talked to the staff, and they wanted a small truck because these big trucks are harder to get around in, and it's actually some advantages to getting a small truck. So we decided we want a small truck. Then we went and researched the slide-in trailer units, and there was like 3 different companies we found. We looked at the costs, ready to get one. Oh, they said they only work on big trucks. And so then it was, well, maybe we can get a big truck this year and then get the slide-in unit next year. And that just didn't happen. It was the end of the fiscal year, and Supervisor, I don't have any excuse for it. It was just a failing on our part.
If I can just add to that too, and this isn't only isolated to animal services. It's part of the challenge and what we're now addressing of not really formally having a well-developed purchasing function within the CAO's office. Unfortunately, and this has been a chronic problem, I know a lot of governments have struggled with it. We used to be able to get vehicles much faster, but with changes in production, more car companies are doing more of that just-in-time ordering, particularly for their fleets. And so what happens is the time used to be about 45 days you could get a vehicle. Over the last 5 years, it's really stretched to at least 90, and and a lot of times 180 days. So what we're doing this time is once final budget's approved in September, it's going to be sitting down with all those departments that have these types of vehicles in there and saying now is the time to order, because if there's any delay whatsoever, it's not going to be coming into this year's budget. So it's been a system-wide issue, and certainly they're not the only one that has been impacted by it, but because they're so small, it's easy to see it when it's one vehicle that gets missed and has to be rebudgeted.
Thank you, Mr.
One other part of the question that I would be disowned by animal services if I didn't bring this up. Sorry, the shelter. The shelter is pretty substandard. We get diseased animals in there, and the trench where you hose down the cages, it runs through all the cages. There's just a lot of things that are old and need to be replaced, and a new shelter is extremely expensive. And so one thought that I'm going to kind of propose is that we think about if there's possible to do a ballot measure or something on that, because I don't know where the money's going to come from otherwise on that. So that's an issue I'll just throw out there.
But I imagine there are state standards for animal control facilities. What you're explaining to me is that could be a very serious violation if there's a standard against it. We are addressing that, right? As best we can, other than right here in the budget meeting.
Yeah, we don't have a clear plan for replacing that shelter at this point, and I think we need it, and we need a funding source, and I think that's another priority to work with Tim and his office and work with our new manager and see what we can do and try to chart a course for that.
All right. Thank you for being blunt and forward and honest.
Supervisor Mills, you have...
And I know one of the reasons for the delay on the shelter was because of the negotiation that had been going on with Humane Society. And that falling apart just put us, in essence, into this now what do we do curve that may take us 3 or 4 years to figure out as to what that is. Going back to licensing, is there a way in the system where we know by APN or address who's got their dogs licensed and who doesn't?
I don't know.
The reason is that's true cost recovery, and when we have an expectation in the budget of $52,000 in dog licenses for last year, but we've only collected $37,000 of it, that tells me that there's a lot of dogs in the county that aren't licensed, which means that we don't know if they have their rabies vaccine. We don't know their condition, and that's placing all of the population at risk. So the question still comes back to is there a way for us to be more aggressive or to have a better system in place by which your animal control officers would know by parcel whether or not the animals they're looking at are currently under license with the county and that they have their rabies shots?
That's a good idea. I'll find out.
Okay.
I'll research that. That would be,
It just seems like, that's a cost recovery mechanism for what we're trying to do here, and it is a public health issue. It is a public safety issue.
right.
So,
Right, because the licenses are linked to that rabies vaccination, and we want dogs to be vaccinated for
maybe
that.
we plug you in to track it. Just a suggestion.
Brad,
Yeah.
I recognize the public health issues around rabies vaccinations and pets, but let's not have I think we're spending enough time dealing with people's private property. Let's not go around and look for dogs and then try to tag them to APN numbers in order to generate additional revenue. I think we had that discussion yesterday about with code.
See, I wasn't,
Use some
but I've been
discretion.
told that was done before in the past, and that's part of the reason for the lesser revenue, is that there was more field work tracking down and finding animals.
Right,
So-
but if you want to really find yourself in bureaucratic mess, you could go and find my grandmother's dog on my property and then check out who they belong to, and I think you got other things to deal with.
It's a good point. I mean, additionally, I know that the veterinarians, when they do the rabies vaccines, are reporting that in. I'd like to be sure that we are keeping track. We've got some logging on that.
Okay.
Just a reference, because I know it's going to come up from a public health perspective.
Yes, it does.
Any other questions on animal services? If not, we'll move on to environmental health. $259 starts, Schedule 9 for it.
There's just a couple things on environmental health. On the revenue side, our new fee schedule did make an impact, which helped offset some of the increased costs. So I just thought you might be interested in what we're anticipating there is, 3 years of incrementally increasing revenue from the 3-year phased fee increase, and we're anticipating about $35,000 in additional revenue from our permits and $40,000 from a new service that we haven't charged for in the past, and that's reviewing. We always review building permits for septic and water, and we haven't charged for that. Now in our new fee schedule, there's a fee for that. So as we implement that, there's some additional revenue from that. It's a little bit of a wild card because we're really not sure how much revenue is actually going to come in, how many building permits we know how many building permits are issued each year, but how many, we didn't really have a track of how many are coming down for our review. So we try to put in a conservative estimate on anticipated revenue from that. And that's the piece on the revenue side that makes me a little nervous. But again, we looked at building permits issued over 5 years. We didn't pick the high number of recent, we didn't pick the low number in the bottom of the recession. We picked a medium number, and then we said, okay, 50%, drew that out of kind of a hat, and that's what we funded there. So we're going to be watching that really closely, hoping for the best and fearing the worst. And on the expenditure side, there was I talked to Brian about this morning a typographical error under the training for environmental health. I think what's in the CAO recommendation is $1,800 some dollars, and we had originally budgeted $5,900, and Brian said he thought that was a keystroke type error. That wasn't a decision.
Is there revenue attached to it?
No, well, not directly, but a lot of these things, we have a solid waste grant, and there's an annual solid waste conference, LEA conference. We've got the local primacy agency, we do public water systems, there's an annual conference for that. We have a brand-new staff person, and they need to take this 40-hour HAZWOPER course. So there's a fee for that. And then I like to go to the annual Environmental Health Directors Conference. That's the only thing I go to all year, because I want to maximize what staff can go to, but that's one thing I go to. So those are kind of, yeah, so.
Well, if that's the case, then can we have the CAO look into how he got to that number? And when it comes back to us for final budget approval, if there's an adjustment, I mean, I don't know, he's talking about if there's income there involved or whatever. We'll give him time to look at it, and when it comes back to the final adoption, if there's an adjustment needs to be made, then he can make it.
And my note on here was that this was an adjustment. I don't know where Brian got key punch error. This would have been an adjustment that he made himself, and it says with department discussion.
All right, well, there was.
So we'll have to go back and talk to him.
Any board questions? Environmental health?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a question. Brian, could you explain generator permits? I know it's a small entry in here, but
Yeah,
I had an email inquiring about our permits required for generators.
Yeah, I think it's like 50 horsepower or more, they're supposed to get a permit.
Answered, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
We've already cut your budget before your presentation, so.
We can move on then to wastewater, on-site wastewater, 0550. Not a whole lot in there.
No.
Net cost is about $78,000 to general fund. Any questions on that?
Yeah.
Supervisor Mills?
I did forward to the CAO as well as to Brad an upcoming IRWIM discussion where the water board is going to be changing some of the rules on on-site. And I don't know where that's going to fit. If they suddenly come up with a whole new set of parameters to compensate, we may have to do something by September. So I would say let's think about September as being a point that we relook at what the state is going to require us from the water board standpoint on this. And I will be going to that discussion. So if you need me to report back, if you don't have staff, I understand, I'll report back and bring back the data that they're discussing.
All right, thank you.
So, any other questions? No? Thanks, Brad, for your presentation. All right. Questions, answering questions. So I'll hold the board.
Chair, what is his what are you recommending in total on this? This department?
Yeah, my recommendation for this department was we had the office technician that was budgeted in animal services for $41,795, and my recommendation was that we do not fund that position. That would be the only change.
That's the only change, okay.
So Supervisor Clapp?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, with the change.
With the change, yes. Supervisor Oliveira?
Now, that's a permanent deletion.
We could treat it.
For review and final.
We could treat it like the others, again, depending on our, I think any of the positions would have that caveat that if revenue picture changes.
I would be in favor with that.
Bring it back to final.
Bring it back on final.
I would agree.
Supervisor Garamendi? Yes. And I'm a yes. Okay. So right now it's 10:30, and I think we owe our board clerk her break. So we're going to take a 15-minute break.
I wonder if
All right, we're back from recess. Moving on, we will go to, sure.
I might suggest, I know they have waited patiently through this entire hearing, and I don't know that we were necessarily going through the Health and Human Services budget, but I do want to point out there is a budget that does impact the general fund, and I wanted to call out a specific piece to that because I thought it was important. So that would be page one, probably 175 in your books. And what it specifically is the county contributions line, or I should say budget. This budget is it's a catch-all of a lot of different matches or maintenance of efforts that we pay to a number of agencies. So you can see in there that's where we pay the Calaveras Visitors Bureau. That's where we pay with, we have in here some liability on potential audit exceptions or disallowances. It's where we're paying all of our road fund, our maintenance of effort that we have to pay there, and our county surveyor. It's also where we're paying operating transfers out to public access TV, the IHSS Public Authority, which doesn't have anything on that line. And then also where we're showing some of the debt service that would be going toward the side fund. Now, one item that I do want to call out is an increase, and this is item 5731. And you'll see where we're increasing the transfer out to Health and Human Services. The reason for this transfer out, I had originally had this in last year's budget, told HHSA, I'm sorry, we can't do it this year. But this is to fund the Veteran Services Officer. The issue that we have is we've been using Health and Human Services 1991 realignment funds for
single allocation.
Single, that's even worse. That gives me even worse goosebumps. But the issue really is those need to be local funds, and that's really stipulated in Veteran Services Office's funds that come from the state on how we are allocating cost to that program. There is a county match to it. Unfortunately, the Veteran Services funds are definitely nowhere near self-sustaining. So my recommendation is that we keep this piece in here. It is an important one that we've identified for the last few years that I know HHSA has diligently brought up, but it was important to preserve that in this budget.
Any questions? Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, I'm actually not specifically on this, but I noticed PATV has a substantial increase in that same line.
There is, but the explanation, there was a shift in methodology, and I'm trying to remember what that shift in methodology was, where it was coming into two different lines, and we
Combined them.
Consolidated that.
Well, I have Ms. Brings here. We contribute a certain amount to IHSS as our county share. Has the governor decided exactly how that's going to work out this year or in the next year?
In regard to the in-home supportive services, the maintenance, okay, so
Yeah.
yes, that's been a longstanding negotiation. I'm sorry, Kristen Brinks Health and Human Services Agency. As you know, that's been a longstanding issue that's been worked on primarily under the leadership of CSAC and the various other representative associations. As of right now, we do have direction of what it's going to look like with the current methodology, but as you might likely know, there is some reopener language that requires the stakeholders to go back to the table to talk about how the current way that the maintenance of effort and the methodology stands. It has a dramatic impact to counties in the out years, which is something that I've brought to your board a few times. But as the methodology stands right now, we do have direction. What we realized over this past year and in the and then in the upcoming years, we had significant increases to our state general fund contributions, which was able to offset some of the impacts to the locals in this current year and in the next year. But again, 2019 and 2020 is where we're really going to start to see that impact to the local level much higher, and that again will be a primary issue of negotiation between all the stakeholders.
And rather than wait for it to happen, we probably should be thinking about how we're going to plan for that.
Definitely, and we are and have. One of the things that we've been doing is whenever Health and Human Services has some sort of a vacancy through natural attrition or just ongoing regular doing business, we're consistently looking for ways to become more efficient while not decreasing levels of service. If anything, the expectation is always to increase levels of service. So we're consistently looking at caseloads and how you can shift duties, et cetera. And so yes, in short, we definitely are always prepping for that. We've done a couple of budgetary things too. For instance, I think we did it during, is the transfer happening this year or beginning of next year? You'll see where we had last year, in previous years, we had done a transfer from public health funding, from social services funding to public health. We've since been able to cover the expenses of the public health programs that transfer was utilizing before, and so we're moving that money back. There's a few things that we're doing to try to mitigate that impact and plan longer term.
Is there going to be any additional reporting requirements that will happen as a result of some of these changes?
Additional reporting requirements, administratively, all of our programs are seeing in administrative reporting increases just across the board. So broadly, I would answer yes. But in terms of this connecting that to the maintenance of effort, that's more of a funding methodology change as so much as a program change. There are some things that we are working with our associations on where making sure that public authorities are doing these duties and the social workers and in-home supportive services are doing these duties. That's much more of a programmatic impact and something that we'll deal with and work through. But again, the reporting requirements, I wouldn't so much say is connected to the maintenance of effort conversation.
All right, thank you.
And I would add too that I know Kristen hears from me, somewhat often on what's the status on the IHSS piece. That is something that we're all watching very closely. Part of my goal in trying to clean up some of these other pieces with Health and Human Services is acknowledging the fact that they're going to have a money crunch when it comes to those changes with IHSS, and I want to try and have it as clean as possible for when we get to that point and can have the discussion.
And specifically to be thinking about what we're going to do 2020 and beyond as it starts to really crunch into our budget, because it will affect us.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
So.
Agreed.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Thank you. Kristen, I support this transfer out to the Veteran Services, but for the $200,000, can you perhaps educate us on what's going to happen as a result of that?
Sure. So when we're looking at the $200,000, which is the overall increase of all the programs, just for a little bit of clarity, that's not just for Veteran Services. That's all the general fund contributions to Health and Human Services. So as an agency-wide, the general fund contribution to Health and Human Services programs is at approximately 1%. So it's a fairly small amount. None to be said, it's a lot of money because Health and Human Services is a large department. But to be clear, the total cost of the programs, it includes, when we're talking about the increase, we're talking about Veteran Services, we're talking about the General Assistance programs, we're talking about the Public Guardian programs. That's overarching, it's as one pie. The increases come in the form of, the requested increases, come in the form of approximately $129,000 to fully fund the Veteran Services program. As the CAO pointed out, this is something we've historically brought up, and we're going to continue to bring it up, especially as we've made the transition over to having a singular county veteran services officer as opposed to kind of piecemealing with an eligibility function as we did before. But then we also experienced a decrease in general assistance. And so we're saying here's 22,000 back, that this program has declined, and so therefore there's this. But then we've experienced an increase in public guardian probate. In talking to my team over the past handful of years with an aging community, we've seen an increase in our caseloads for the probate conservatorship program. So we are sharing with your board, this is the cost of the program as we anticipate it and see it in the future years. And then, of course, it's at the discretion of the board if you choose to fund the whole package. But in total, it's about $200,000. It's about $200,000 ask.
And that's great, and I see exactly what you're saying, but I was just hoping you could give us a little infomercial on what we're going to do for our veterans
Oh,
with that extra 129.
yes, so what's been really
'Cause I think that's a
awesome.
good story.
Oh, yeah. We have we have a county veteran services officer who's very ingrained in the community, and then we have a veteran services assistant, also very ingrained in the community, and they both do tremendous work. They're actually, and I'm very proud to say, we are one of the higher revenue generating veteran services offices in terms of helping veterans and their dependents become connected to benefits. It offsets the need for Medi-Cal and other types of programs, and so we get reimbursement, we get some subvention funding, approximately $55,000, Marcos? $42,000 annually in subvention funding that offsets those costs. So we're pretty proud of that. In addition, we do get regular accolades for the assistance that Veterans Services is providing. When the board decided and approved the creation of a singular Veteran Services officer, as opposed again to the piecemealing with an eligibility worker, you increased the service to the community. You did. Now that individual focuses solely on those services and has performance metrics that we evaluate to annually just to ensure that we are staying in line, and doesn't have audit findings. I mean, they're doing a pretty darn good job. In addition, they're integrating further in the community, working with the other offices, and I can't say enough about them. Positive.
Thank you.
Is there still a plan to house this officer in the Veterans Memorial District building? Is that still on?
There it is, actually. Thank you for asking that. So one of the things that when we picked up the newspaper a handful of months ago and saw that there was this new office opening in Valley Springs, we thought, hey, knowing it's a general funded program and the impact on general fund, we're going to try to, if we're going to look to increase services, we have to do them without spending money, right, as much as possible. So we thought by the collaboration between those two entities, we might be able to increase services and reach veterans and their dependents that perhaps we hadn't historically worked with. And so that was where kind of the birth of that idea started. But again, Marcos and I, being mindful of the budget, said it has to be a cost neutral thing or it's a no-go, because we all know the impact on general fund. So our team worked really closely with the Valley Springs group, and we're able to come to an agreement. What I basically tasked them with is, I'm supportive of this and we'll bring it to the board so long as it's cost neutral. So if the rent that they are proposing is going to be higher than what you're currently paying, it doesn't really make sense and it's difficult to support. They were able to negotiate and work with that group, and that group's been amazing and awesome, and so it is a cost neutral, and so we do intend to move forward with it.
So do you have any idea of a date when that's going to happen?
Not off the top of my head. I think we were waiting for the adoption of this year's budget, which is very important, and then a lot of things that we are proposing are kind of just waiting to see until how the budget plays out, and then we'll go forward.
Well, I fully support it.
Thank you.
Because there's a number of veterans down in that area that live down there.
Yep.
And it would benefit them immensely, especially the programs that would be put on and available to them at that location would be fantastic.
Agreed. Thank you.
Do we have furnishings for the office? I'm wondering if we need to put some teeter funds in there to give you guys some furnishings.
When we did take a look at the overall proposal, we were factoring in all costs of a move, but we'd be happy to take that. I'm sorry. I'm just
Take
joking.
the hook.
Spoke too soon.
Chris and I think that that's great, especially the Valley Springs part. I think that let's make sure we've got signage, appropriate signage on our roads, so people know that the county has an office partnering with the Veterans District, so that they have directional and know that, it's their, all county citizens have a place to go and do that.
Got it.
And will they still be located at all in your offices, and are the whole shops moving?
Yeah, the whole shop would be moving, which is 2 people, but still the whole shop would be moving. And so obviously we being a fairly large agency, have plans for the space too.
I think that's going to, hopefully that will increase the amount of people participating.
Agreed.
I think it's probably easier to go down to the Veterans Hall than to go navigate through all HHS and all your mini programs going on. So it's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Not? Thank you, Kristen.
Yep.
Can I add one piece to the record for clarity on PATV? And looking at my notes, the other change there was, you'll recall at mid-year for succession planning, we did approve moving one position from part-time to full-time. So that would also be reflected in what that contribution is.
Succession planning is Ed moving on?
He's not moving on, but that is the prudent,
I'm just giving you
in a staff of one, it adds a lot of risk that
I
you lose significant knowledge if somebody leaves and you don't have good training.
I'd like to make a note, too, that HHS does have some good backup in their funds that are available, too, so they're not going to be at risk with that budget. Here she comes.
Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. Yes, a lot of our programs actually require us to have prudent reserves, and the bulk of the reason of why that is because the bulk of our funding comes from realignment, which of course is composed of vehicle license fees and state sales tax, which are extremely volatile funding sources. So even statutorily, there are many of our programs that require prudent reserves. Yeah.
And it helps to create some stability into the future by having it set up like you do. Thank you.
In the PEG TV piece, I think Ed already has somebody on board for that position, Sarah Langston.
Yeah, that was an existing position that we moved from part to full-time.
Kristen, I'm sorry. Gotta just park
If you're getting your workout for today, you don't need the treadmill.
We keep roller skates back there.
I was trying to find sorry, Susan. I'm trying to find the document, but I saw in the public health budget that you've got some funds set aside for capital improvements. And I know we talked earlier this year about the general space plan. I think there's north of $1 million that's being set aside. Can you explain that a little bit to us and tell us how that planning is coming together?
Sure. So public health itself has a section of their funding that is completely devoted towards capital improvements and can only be utilized for those funding sources. And so due to diligent savings over the years, we have accumulated a fund balance of approximately $1 million, give or take. Again, I don't think that's sufficient to build an entire building, but we've been working with the county administrative office and others who have gone through projects such as this, because this would be my first time doing so, but this isn't the first time the county's done something like this, so we're leveraging that experience. But the intention is to try to move, at a minimum, the public health department into a built building with that capital improvement fund and additional funding that we'll have to figure that all out. Again, we have a handful of years to do so because we are in leases for buildings, although we have aligned all of our leases over the past year. But again, that's a longer term planning, trying to utilize this funding to offset lease costs in the future, and that's our intention. I wanted to also add too, because I've heard your board throughout these hearings talk about leveraging. We work with a lot of various department heads, and so when you're hearing other conversations, such as with the probation office about potentially building spaces, just be aware that we're also having conversations about, hey, I'm going to be doing this project too. Is there a way that I can help you out and you can help me out? I just wanted you to be aware that at least Chief Leach and I are having those conversations, and other department heads have them as well.
I really encourage that. I think that's great. I mean, if you've got, the leases that you guys are already paying, and if you've got some money to help out on a down payment, like I said earlier, or a couple days ago, you guys are the Nordstroms as an anchor tenant.
Yeah.
So we could all build around your programs. Thank you.
Yes, and just to be aware, this Health and Human Services funding is so varied in the way it comes. Social services program are on a claim reimbursement basis. Others are on kind of grant funded. So this concept of this capital improvement funding, the way I just explained it, is solely for the public health funding. Other areas within Health and Human Services don't work like that, and I can go on and on and on about that, but just be aware of the differences between all the different funding sources.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Moving on, we'll go to County Council.
Do you want to approve this first?
Well, we can, sure. A lot of that, I think the only piece of the general fund was brought up. That's why it was brought up to us. Most of her budget is all.
That was because that was really for that budget unit itself, and I wanted to call out
Okay.
where the increase was in general fund in that unit.
The rest of her budget is all outside our realm in general fund. So, I mean, we can. I'll pass it around and call for a poll on Supervisor Clapp.
Yes.
Supervisor Mills.
Yes.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So you can take all that state federal money, Kristen.
Go forth and do good things.
Go forth and do good things. All right, so we'll move on to county councils. And we've already taken some money from county council, $150,000 from line item. There's no line item number on the
5271, it's up on the...
5271.
Yeah, and it's up on the screen as well.
So from that 823 and county council, you
Down to 673.
Yes, as you can see, the line items 5271, 5272, and 5273 had in previous years been broken out. This year, we consolidated all three line items into the one line item. Last year, the 5273 line item had been reduced, and at mid-year, the board did make that whole. So in essence, what was originally requested, the 823, is what was in it was essentially a little over $800 more than what was approved last year. I am supportive, and I'm supportive of the request by CAO Lutz to reduce that line item by the 150 at this point. There have been a lot of moving parts, obviously. This is where we utilize a variety of needs, whether it be expert witnesses, whether it be outside counsel. There's a variety of reasons or a variety of purposes for this line item. If for whatever reason, well, I support the 150 being reduced at this point, but you might be hearing from me at mid-year again. Let's just put it that way. But I'm certainly willing to work with the CAO's office, considering the need to reduce at this point. The board, also just for board edification, my office works very diligently at trying to keep as much in-house as possible to limit the need for this line item. So we have been looking at cases, what our current caseload is, what we do assigned to outside counsel versus handling in-house. We currently have roughly 165 cases that are handled, approximately a little over 150 are handled in-house. So just for your knowledge, we do actively work on keeping things in-house. The other major issue with my budget is we did have some salary savings from this year, and so I am asking that the limited term position that had been previously funded by cannabis funds, that be funded by general fund dollars so that position can continue. That position does handle a significant amount of the cases that are pending. Also, when you look at the cost savings for that position, it's roughly fully loaded for the position, it's just over $100,000. So with the cost savings, there's essentially the increase to salaries and employee benefits is only $64,000 roughly from what was previously approved last year. So I do believe that ultimately keeping that position funded is a huge benefit to the county. And I am also asking that it be a limited term position, so it would just be funded for the 1 year, and then we would have to reassess during next year's budget. Yes.
Questions?
Quick question, Councilor. Between the 2016-17 budget and this budget, we've tripled the price for our outside services. What are the drivers behind that?
A few different factors. Happened. One, a significant case that was funded was transferred from an hourly contract to a contingency fee contract. And so when we essentially got funds back based on that change, the auditor spread those over the previous year's budgets. If that makes sense. So that number is not necessarily what was, the numbers here from prior years were corrected when the county received revenue back from the conversion of the contract. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay. I didn't recognize that accounting maneuver had happened. So it's increased relative to some of our actions, but it hasn't tripled.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Supervisor Mills?
So the position that was a cannabis position that you want to keep really has a good working knowledge of 8.06.
Absolutely.
And that will be a benefit because you're not having to train up additional staff or to bring them up to speed on the activity that's been going on, which would cost. Internally, it would cost time and effort for your staff to do that. So I'm fully in support of keeping that position on, knowing that the workload is still there and it's not going away anytime soon. If we see the workload deteriorating, then maybe that's a discussion we can have at mid-year, but I think for now we just leave it as is.
Supervisor Oliveira?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Edfield, the position we're talking about, was that a staffed position with any resources used by the attorney position? I'm kind of asking the similar question I asked of the district attorney in her presentation regarding an embedded DA. Does your recommendation require staff assistance for that position is what I'm asking. And does that come from your office currently? And how's that funded?
You mean support staff?
Support staff, yes.
My staff I have 2 paralegals that support all of the attorneys in my office, and that has been what has utilized the support of that position since its inception. So that there's no change in transferring it from the funding source of cannabis funded versus general funded.
And that works very good for the purpose that we have this position then?
Yes.
Okay. There's no future surprises. Is that what I want to say? We're doing a good job of what we got.
I believe we are, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I believe we're talking about Ethan on this one here, if I'm mistaken or not. And I'm totally 100% supportive of that position because we have the administrative hearings and stuff going now. We just started that. We have the system set up. And I'd like to see most of that land use issues going through that. I think those are, we captured a lot of our costs back in the fines and the administrative costs and stuff that are instantly caught back. So that's the most efficient way that I think we should be doing it. I think it's a land use issue more than a criminal. I think some of them would be criminal that we'll let the sheriff do on the real nasty ones.
Okay.
I would also note with converting this to, since my office is a general fund department, it would allow for this position to be utilized beyond cannabis-related cases. So we would be able to use more heavily in tax-related cases or 8.06, code enforcement, other things far beyond.
Yeah, I believe Jack
Cannabis
brought
issue.
that up the middle of last year when we started having it for just cannabis for everything to do with code. So I think it's a great, like we're way ahead of the game by doing what we just did.
I do have a question, and it relates back to, I think when Peter was here speaking this morning about the general plan EIR, and some of it going back through your office, through Julie and so forth. So the line item that we just took 150,000 from 5271, I'm assuming that would be part of where that would be coming from. And you still think that's adequate looking forward if we have a large amount of comments to it from the public?
Yes, that would be where it would come from, to the extent that if it's my office, my staff, then no, that line item wouldn't be impacted by comments. But to the extent that we utilize outside counsel, which we do as it relates to the EIR and the general plan EIR and the general plan update, then yes, we would be looking at a contract that would fall under this line item. I do believe at this point that that amount would be sufficient, but like I said, there is a possibility, depending on how things progress with the general plan and depending on the quantity of comments, et cetera, that I might be coming back to you at mid-year to look at this item.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Any other questions? So we'll take a poll. Supervisor Clapp, are you in favor of the
Yes,
proposed
I am.
CAA budget? Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Oliveira?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yes.
And I am too. So, moving on, we'll go to a very large one. Administrative office. Let me just make one comment for this. Unless the board is interested in going through the remaining departments, I was going to end here because the other remaining departments, there's not a lot of changes, heavy changes. I was trying to cover the ones as we went through, the ones that had a lot of heavy additions to the general fund. So if there's one after we finish here that you'd like to talk about or bring up, then we can do that. If not, we'll look for a poll to accept the remaining items as proposed by the CEO.
Mr. Chair, I do have one issue I'd like to discuss before taking the poll. And just for a purpose of clarification for the public, this morning I had a conversation with Scott Anderson of our maintenance department, and we specifically discussed the snowplow, which is very, very, very high on the priority list for District 3. And I want to let the public know that there, in the budget is the items to replace two of our aging 1977 through 79 snow plows with garbage trucks with plows, and that'll take care of those duties. And it's the desire of the maintenance department to replace two of those trucks in the forthcoming budgets, the pickups that are aging and breaking down. So, and it's a budget that we can live with right now, and I just want to make sure that folks are aware that we are upgrading that service for us. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're up, CAO, Mr. Letts.
All right, and I'll just go in order that's within your budget document, and starting with then the administrative office budget. Because there are a number of functions within the CAO's office,
Page read.
should be page 129 for your book.
Schedule 9's on 129.
Yes.
What did you say?
129.
So because we do have a lot of varied functions, includes facilities, it includes our, trying to think of what some of the other large ones, economic development. There are a number of different units. I'll go by each of these, and then I'll start with the main one, which is my actual office budget. So I'll first note, when you compare the fiscal years, and this is before I made my change, I guess I should add my change in there. My budget should be coming in now at about $185,000 reduction over last year's budget. Now that includes my requested restructure of my office, with the exception of the previously discussed deferral on the admin analyst position. The otherwise, when you look at salaries up here on the screen, you could see where starting prior year we were at 801. This request 748 in salaries. That'll again go down by another $95,000 with the deferral of that position. We do have salary savings because of a retirement within my office, somebody with long-standing seniority. That'll also give us some budget savings for next year. Going through line items and ones that I think will stand out and bring up questions. 5271 would be the first one that I think really would stand out with an increase over last year. We changed, I changed the methodology this year with one of our budget units. That budget unit is 0040. Previously we called that non-departmental, and essentially it was where all of the revenue comes in for the general fund. The issue is we had a few miscellaneous expenses that really, in my opinion, should not have been budgeted in that unit, and instead should have been budgeted to a proper budget unit. So we changed that now to simply general fund revenue, to be very clear on what that unit is. With that, the auditor's office took a couple of the expense items that were in there, and my office took a couple of those items. One of those items is a $15,000 payment for the vendor who submits our SB 90 claims. Those are monies owed back to us from the state that we have to continually submit to get to recapture those monies. We also had a cost allocation plan expenses for consulting and review of that cost allocation plan that has to be certified. That was $8,750. Lastly, sitting on that line is $25,000 for the measure to propose to increase the TOT. The contract for those services is sitting on that line. Those are the three items that comprise those professional services, and that's why there was an increase from prior year, mostly due to our methodology change. Going, if I can find my mouse again, continue down the line on other areas that I had increases. This one notable 70,041, I didn't have it at all last year. That is the cost for the hearing officers themselves for 8.06. So assuming in July when 8.06 comes back to the board for consideration and amending how that is structured, obviously we need to have the hearing officers themselves. The ordinance as laid out places the hearing office within my department. Therefore, the expense for the hearing officers and the clerk for the hearings is also in my department budget. So this year, that was an increase in addition to having to bring in 50% of the hearing officer clerk's time. And the other 50% was already in my budget, but the remaining 50% was brought into my salaries this year. Similar to what County Council discussed with her limited term position. This is a limited term position at this point. I think my goal would be when a final determination is made on 8.06, I would like to revisit whether or not those positions should continue to remain limited term, or whether we need to look at converting those to be able to provide the services needed for 8.06. The next items, again, our special department expense is down significantly. We had more last year for some remodeling that was done within my office. Our training expense has gone up, in part with having new staff. My goal was, one, to put them through the county, California State Association of Counties credential program. Having gone through the program, I feel that it's a valuable program to provide framework for county governance. Also provides an opportunity to develop contacts in other counties and, in a more collaborative environment. That also includes additional trainings for Government Finance Officers Association to be able to go through the advanced governmental accounting series that is offered through finance officers. Again, I feel important training that provides a foundation and a framework in governmental accounting. That's, in summary, the key changes to my budget for the Maine County Administrator's budget. Does the board have questions, or do you want me to go through the remaining ones first?
Just go through them all.
You want to go through them all?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Supervisor Alvaro.
Mr. Lutz, the hearing officer, how was that funded before?
That was funded because 8.06 was a component within the cannabis regulatory program.
So we used the cannabis funds for that?
Yeah, the cannabis funds paid for those hearing officers.
So we have the new 806 coming before us, and that's going to encompass all code compliance instead of just cannabis hearings, is that correct?
That is the proposal.
And that's how come we're transferring to your office?
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
Okay. Next item, again, this goes back to the general revenues. This is where now all of the general fund revenue, this has been covered pretty extensively through my overall presentation of the county budget, but just for clarification's sake, this is where all of our property taxes come in. This is where excise taxes, so you can see the $660,000 for the dispensaries. You could see sales and use tax, transient occupancy tax. All of our key discretionary revenues come into this unit. The differences that you would see down here, as I said, these costs were moved to different budget lines. Portion of these professional and specialized services in my budget, a portion in the auditor controller's budget, and rents and leases to the appropriate budget that they should have been in. Looking at the facilities, there is a request within facilities to increase the staffing level. The staffing in part is to take on one additional maintenance position that would be covered by the Integrated Waste Management Fund. Another is to provide another custodian that would be covered through Health and Human Services. And the last is a grounds and maintenance worker. The offset, though, is that Health and Human Services would be covering 2 custodians that would be dedicated solely to their operations. We're in process of ending the contract with Five Claw, which provides janitorial services to that building, and instead staffing that with county employees. The difference is there is an offset. So the increase in salaries is completely offset by a revenue in from non-general funded departments, in this case, integrated waste management and also health and human services. Otherwise, we tried to realistically budget the expenses. Obviously, maintenance and auto went up pretty significantly. I'd mentioned that Patrick, the maintenance manager, has collected quite a few of the vehicles that we're going to be surplusing, and in an effort to rehabilitate a number of those vehicles and rehabilitate his fleet. It's not the ideal, but it also is, given the number of vehicles that they're having to use, there is a savings in that over having to buy a number of new vehicles. The facilities maintenance, and then also the maintenance of buildings and grounds, this does actually reflect a decrease over prior years, in part because of the efficiencies in Patrick's crews and getting a good idea of what the needs are across the campus. You'll also see this general jail repairs that was budgeted last year. We talked about this when we got to the sheriff's jail budget yesterday, that, or maybe it was the day before, that that was actually budgeted in their unit now.
Just a significant jump on 5271.
Bonnie, can you speak to 5271? I need to pull it up.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Bonnie Rich Administration. What we have done with professional and specialized services for the facilities department is identify those contracts that we need for maintenance that can't be performed in-house, such as pest control services. We contract out for our lawn mowing services. We have some small...
I have it now. I can give you a detailed list.
There you go.
So we have $10,000 for campus signage that is being paid for out of the COP funds. We have $20,000 for necessary elevator maintenance and repair at the museum, also being paid for out of COP. We have $60,000 for unanticipated emergency repairs, asbestos testing, mold and air quality. That is being funded through Teeter. We have another $15,000 for HVAC repairs that are being funded through COP, $10,000 for minor roof repairs on COP, $9,000 for your pest control services, $4,000 for fire extinguisher maintenance, $12,000 for alarm fire, burglar monitoring and maintenance, $60,000 for carpet and flooring replacement that is being funded through COP, $15,000 for electrical upgrades, also funded out of COP, I should say, $23,000 for carpet cleaning, windows, upholstery cleaning, $3,000 for mowing service, which we're hoping to avoid with a grounds person, $35,000 for tree removal projects that need to be done on county property, and then $5,000 for emergency. And then we have $5,000 for architectural services for some of the building projects that we're doing.
How much was that?
$5,000. So does that answer your question on what those items are?
Yes.
Thank you, Bonnie. I didn't have it up here fast enough. If there are no other questions on that, I can move on to the next item, which is the 1010-0140 community organizations and programs. These are outside organizations that we provide services, that we provide some level of funding or support to. I'm going to pull up this unit to be able to give you guys also the detail. Since that would be natural questions on what's going to be on the professional and specialized services line. Okay, that makes sense. So the $137,000 on the professional and specialized services is our portion of funding the university co-op. That's where you have the, all of the UC Davis program through providing support services for agriculture community. Then on the community organizations line, which is the other larger item, you have $10,000 for the East Side San Joaquin Groundwater Basin, $2,400 for the Murphy's Masonic Hall, and if I remember, that was for parking. The $5,000 for the San Andreas Cemetery District. Then there's $6,900 for, it looks like the portion for the CSEDD, the Economic Development for Tuolumne, the Central Sierra. And then there's $15,000 in there for Common Ground Senior Services, and then $11,000 for UMRA, which is out at the White Pines.
Party.
Yeah, you're right, Party,
East Bay
sorry.
Column.
That different one, sorry. And that's what comprises that $50,000 line item.
We don't have a camera.
No, we do not.
And there's no fee for camera.
We split up the TOT, and I know we have that in, I know we have the Visitors Bureau in there. Where's the line out for the fire and sheriff? I know one is sheriff, I'm just questioning about the fire one.
It's back in the prior budget we were in, that's 1010-0020.
Okay.
And that is a operating transfer out to fire districts as a line item, and then operating transfer out to the Visitors Bureau.
We're still doing it in quarters.
Yes. Yeah, it's still, the TOT is still split 25% across CVB, the Sheriff's Office, Public Works for roads, and then also the fire districts. And then the last item on this budget is our share for Area 12 Agency on Aging at the $91,443. Next is our utility services. This is where, as self-explanatory, any of the charges for all the utilities across the campus come in. As I noted, this $220,000 is being reduced by $40,000 now from where we originally budgeted based on prior year. And that's based on new billing from San Andreas Sanitary.
Which line is that, Tim?
That is
5506.
Yeah, 5506.
So Tim, you feel natural gas is really going to be that high?
You know,
The market
utilities
long
are
range.
such a difficult thing that unless, I always try and err on the side of caution where possible. And I mean, prime example, when you look at our final budget, I mean, we budgeted fairly high on utilities and our actuals came in a lot lower. We're amending that, but until we see firmly where we know we aren't going to see big changes, I like to at least keep some cushion in there on utilities.
Yeah, it's a buffer.
Yeah.
Question with 5512?
I'm sorry, for which one?
5512?
Yes,
What is that?
I will look at it because I can't answer that one easily. Okay, so it looks like these are, and I probably will have to get more detail on what this line item is, but it's CPPA rates to be charged back. I don't know if either of Bonnie or
Calaveras
Krista.
Public Power Authority.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm not certain what the rate chargeback piece is. I'd have to ask.
Yeah, that's
Karen,
part of the
who would put it in
contract,
my
so that
office.
explains it. Thank you.
So, sorry, Dennis, you froze.
I'm done.
I just want to make sure, so on the 5506 line, That is now at 180, not 220, correct? Because we took 40 off of it?
That's correct.
Bottom line is 558,912.
Moving on to the next, this is the grand jury. Again, we obviously don't have oversight of the grand jury, but we do do the budget administration for them. Overall, no real significant changes. They do have an A87 charge that does come into their budget that, you know, like any other A87 will fluctuate. Otherwise, at this point, no significant changes. I am working with Kristen in my office and meeting more regularly with the grand jury to talk about their budget and, you know, basically explaining how their budget works and giving them the flexibility to be able to do the work that they need to do and send their jurors to the necessary trainings that they have to do.
What is a special departmental expense?
Well, this is one item that I'm working to fix. What we identified is the cost for Smith & Newell for doing our CAFR was charged into there. And my understanding is this stems from an old grand jury finding where we weren't in compliance. I'm not quite certain why the decision was made ultimately to charge that expense to that budget. It's general fund anyway, so from my perspective, it could be charged in a number of spots. We still have to pay the cost for Smith & Newell to come out and do the single audit and work on the CAFR, but it's, I'm not quite certain why it needed to necessarily be in the grand jury's budget.
It's because it's charged to the grand jury to do that,
But
for that audit.
they're not, the issue is they're not necessarily doing it though, and that was,
Well, but it's still, it's mandated, they do it. That's who's supposed to do it. And so that's why it's in there. It's always been in there
okay.
for a long time because they are the one charged to do it,
And
audit it.
this came up to us last week, and unfortunately, because Rebecca has been out of the office, I didn't get a chance to ask her kind of some of the history behind that, so that is helpful. And we're kind of digging through what, you know, what should be in there, what shouldn't.
Okay.
Next one, public defender. We are showing, in this case, an increase in the contracted cost for the public defender. The contract was up with Cuomo and Associates for providing public defender services. What we did is, I would say, pretty aggressively negotiated over the last couple months. We being Kristen, myself, went up to Amador to kind of get an understanding of their contract, their structure, learn about other possibilities for doing public defender, because quite honestly, I wasn't thrilled with the increase, although I will say our rate is still fairly significantly below Amador's increase. We haven't yet brought that contract to the board because we were just finalizing negotiations, but the estimated cost of that contract is being put in here as a placeholder, so we don't have to do a budget adjustment if and when the board does approve that contract.
Mr. Lutz, a public defender, when we reach a situation where it reaches a pretty expensive defense costs, are we reimbursed anyway by the state for those?
No, we are not.
We just
That
need
is,
it.
indigent defense is a
Understand,
mandatory service for counties.
But there's no reimbursement from the state from that, correct?
No, there's a very small amount of reimbursement that comes in to public defender for, and Krista can probably speak a little bit to that piece, and because I'm not seeing it right here in the budget, but for AB 109, they get a portion for qualifying offenders, but again, we're not talking about significant monies, certainly not reimbursing those costs. It is borne by the county. And that's something through contract administration that we are, you know, certainly working to look closely at. Obviously, it's at the discretion of the attorney and the the defense that they need to mount for what they're requesting, but it is certainly something that we want to watch closely and look at if that's ticking up.
Because that could be an unknown.
Could be an unknown.
And then economic development is, this year, the request does include an increase in salary. The increase in salary is solely because when we funded it last year, we had salary, we funded it with only a portion of the year because we knew we weren't going to be hiring somebody, and by the time it was approved in budget, it was later in the game. So the increase in salary is simply because of now a full year of funding for that position. And then for the actual line item increases that were put in the budget, this is based on now with having the economic development director in place, what her estimates were for charges for the next year. Overall, again, we tried to keep it as low as possible, recognizing that there is some increase. I will say with the Economic Development Office, it's been exceptionally helpful for this TOT initiative at this point. It's really taken the point on that, which I think is beneficial. One, because it's helped solidify relationships with the community, but two, the long-term goal is trying to bring revenue back into the county.
Okay.
So overall, though, again, there is an increase requested in that budget.
Mr. Lutz's question. On the Chamber of Commerce situation with the Hubbard building, I understand the grant has been in effect for 2 years, and the county has offered to allow them to use that building at like a $1 per year. Where does the status of that contract, and what happens when that period ends? Do we renew, or?
I believe that contract was already taken to the board.
I understand, but what happens when that 5-year period or 2-year period, whatever, we just have an option of renewing that, correct?
We would have the opportunity
Okay.
to look at it and renew
Just wanna
again.
make sure.
Tim, I'd like to point out too that they also took over the point on the lead on the medical center going into Valley Springs, which was a great help to me and a couple subdivisions that is taking the burden off of us actually having to do that. So it's been a great asset to my area.
Yeah, I think, and Kathy just walked in, thank you. I see her list of contacts that she gets and then projects that she's working on. I can say that it's grown exponentially over the few months that she's been here. But I definitely see a lot of positive trending happening with the Economic Development Office, and I think we have a good beginning and a good foundation to start to build momentum on. And then the last item here is the general fund contingencies. Again, this is where, based on now board adopted policy, is 2% of the general fund appropriations. This year we are funded at this point at 2%. That number will change slightly after I update appropriation numbers. Any excess general fund would then go into that contingency line, but it will safely come in at the 2% requirement per now board policy. Really, the rest of them are some of your, like a cannabis regulatory, I should say, is a zeroed out budget. Does the board have any additional questions?
I see here,
Which page are you on?
I'm
if I
on
can
page
ask?
145, budget number 11301760, fire.
Okay, I gotta get to fire. County fire, yes.
Yeah.
I'm looking to Bonnie to talk about this one because I'm not going to be able to speak to it.
Professional services of $329,798. Last year, we've only expended $152,000, so we've increased that. I just like an explanation in for the public too, what's,
Excuse me, Bonnie Rich Administration. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, could you repeat that, please?
under line item number 5271, professional services.
That is, sir, that is the contract that we have with CAL FIRE for dispatch services.
Okay.
And that runs a little over 300,000 every year. It
Chair,
goes up typically.
And I want to point out, this is a non-general fund unit, so whatever you see in here is not impacting general fund.
Provide another additional explanation is that, remember, post-Butte Fire, that CAL FIRE did give back, in essence, the cost of the contract for a period of time. And this is now coming back to its full amount.
That I am not aware of, Supervisor Mills. I can look into that.
Dennis is correct. They waived it.
Right.
For 1 year and maybe 2.
I think it was 1 year initially, and then they changed it to 2, and now we're back to full
It was very
amount.
generous.
Yeah.
But is this not a 3-year contract?
No, and I want to say thank you to CAL FIRE for allowing us to have that opportunity to rebuild ourselves a little bit with some of that money that they saved us.
And we're always open to them doing it again.
Was that as a result of the Butte Fire?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I do have a question going, if you go all the way down to net cost for this item,
And it would be using fund balance on that. Typically, the way that on any of these special district budgets, what we typically do for preliminary budget is wait until we have our final fund balance numbers to plug in before we worry about balancing these. Just because, again, you could pull your hair out trying to guess all of those fund balances.
so when we get to final budget,
Yes.
the numbers will be adjusted.
That's where we do the cleanup on these guys.
Because I'm looking at the other numbers year to dates and actual and 16, 17, and
Yeah.
they're significantly lower. So.
No, and that is, typically that's when, because there are so many of these little special district budgets that it would be, we're guessing on fund balance on a lot of these until we really close the books.
Supervisor Mills?
So can we correct page 126, please? I think Kathy would like to stay here. Actually, I think it's your page 126.
Page 1.
Page, you're on it.
Why?
It's showing a 1819 request of 0.
Sorry, Kathy.
That is a
We have
good
funds
note.
for you, but we didn't list you.
I know at one time, and this is back before I came on the board, AT&T appeared before this board, and they had picked up a franchise from someone else. And they had come here for the purpose of, in essence, getting an approval. I don't, Diane, if you remember when they were here, it was back in 2014. Okay, but I did have a good conversation with them at that time. I'm wondering what is that franchise situation with AT&T? And I'm referring to page 131, where we're listing franchise fees, PG&E, cable TV, Alpine Natural Gas, et cetera, is that I would like to have staff look at what agreement did they pick up back in 2014 from some other purveyor, and I don't remember who it was right offhand, and whether they would be subject to some additional fee discussion. Because in that contract, I can tell you that they were responsible for the area above Utica grade in Murphy's, all the way to the Alpine County line, and then a swath all the way across to the Alpine County line. That was the agreement, that they would provide service there, and I can tell you right now, they are not providing service in your area, Jack. Okay, and if the responsibility, cell phones, so if they're responsible for providing that service and they're not meeting the conditions, I just want to have that in as a point.
So Supervisor Mills, I'm seeing that AT&T did a presentation of some kind at the June 28th, 2016 meeting.
Oh, this was prior to that.
Okay.
I just have staff
If it
look
was
at it.
before we implemented IQM2 in the latter part of 2014, I wouldn't have access to that through the system right now.
It may mean nothing, but it may be something.
They acquired a wireless company,
Yes.
and it may be related to their absorbing that wireless company, and that serviced that area. And it serviced other areas, obviously. So if I'm recalling, and I'm not sure of the dates, but they did acquire a wireless company. That's maybe what you're referring to.
And they had to come before the board to approve that change.
So what I'm seeing, and I don't mean to interrupt, but what I'm seeing on this agenda item for that date was that it references during the Butte fire and the ensuing cleanup effort, a significant amount of landline communications was cut off to most areas affected in the fire perimeter. Specifically cellular service being scarce, including Mountain Ranch, Jesus Maria Road, and other areas. In an effort to establish communication on a temporary basis, AT&T brought in repeater sites to allow for cellular communication. Is this it?
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah, I recall that, and that they did bring in their mobile repeater sites.
Yeah, that
during the
Right,
Butte
okay.
fire.
We're very appreciative of that, but at the same time, this was a franchise, that, like you stated. So I think
they
you're...
brought that in on their nickel.
On page 145, at some point with the county fire budget, we need to go back and review the water tender enhancement fees and the fee schedules for that. That was something that was put in place back in the 90s. And I know that the aging of those tenders is now coming due. They were intended to be a 25 to 30-year life cycle. So we are going to be facing some serious expenses here down the road. The only ones that didn't take a tender was Copper Fire. They built their own, but they used the money from the tender program to do it. But I would like to ensure that we review where we're standing with those fund balances on the tender program and whether or not we're achieving enough money to continue, or whether we're going to have to look at that from a different perspective, because that will affect county's fires budget.
What line are you looking at there, Jim?
I don't necessarily know that it's a line. You should have something in a line item for it. Those.
Yeah, absolutely. Bonnie Rich Administration. I have, first of all, the water enhancement fee or fund is a special revenue fund. So you're not seeing that line item detail here. The board needs to know that I've been working very closely with Joel Swartz, the Administrative Services Officer for Copperopolis, who works closely with the various fire chiefs. And we are working to, I'm assisting them. They are putting together a maintenance and replacement plan for those water tenders. And you will also be seeing an item coming back to this board this summer, hopefully in late July, early August, to essentially reaffirm the resolution that currently exists from 1995, was the last one that we have on record that we've been able to locate, where the board has designated the intent and use for those funds, which includes the purchase of the water tenders, facilities to house those or maintain those. The chiefs have expressed an interest in wanting to increase the current fee that is collected and deposited into the water enhancement fund. That is set by resolution. That is a fee that is collected when folks apply for new building permits through the building office, building department. That fee is currently set at $900, and it has not been increased since 1995. What we're going to bring forward to the board is a request to authorize a fee study. I have been working with staff and council and in the auditor's office to confirm that that is an appropriate use of those funds to do that fee study, because I encourage them to come up with a sound methodology for any presentation they might want to make to, for proposed fee increase. And so we are working on that, and that will be coming back to the board, as I said, late July, early August.
And on your screen, page 48 in your book, you can see within our special revenue funds, 5435 fund is the water enhancement program, that we do have at least listed what the equity is for that fund. And as Bonnie stated, there's not a whole lot in there.
I'm not going to buy many water tenders.
Knowing the cost of the water tenders back in 1995, I can assure you that, that isn't even going to make a down payment on one. And we had, was it 5 originally in the program? So those 5 are still out there distributed amongst our various water districts, or fire districts in our communities. So just awareness of the situation, it will affect our budget.
Any other questions or comments from board members? If not, I'll pull the board. Supervisor Clapp?
Yes.
I'm concerned about something, and that is that the complete restructure of the county administrative office, is that something that we want to discuss further, or should we just wait and discuss that at final, or how do you want to do
I
that?
prefer not deferring that to final because it's not costing the county anything. In fact, it's saving.
Do you have comments or questions, or you want to deliberate on it?
I would like to deliberate on it, and the reason is that it's no disrespect to Mr. Lutz, because I'm not questioning your performance here. That's not the point. But what would happen to you? And I have to look at it from that perspective of, if something were to happen to the CAO with this new structure, who would take charge?
This would be a similar structure to how county council is operating. When Ms. Stedfeld was on leave, one of her deputies filled into her place. If anything, it gives me a broader ability to do that with taking on integrated waste management. Quite honestly, Mr. Moss's time is pretty heavily dedicated to integrated waste management. That makes it harder for him to come in here. Whereas my goal is, from a cross-training and succession standpoint, providing a broader range of opportunities for people who can represent me.
And I have somewhat of a little bit along the lines of what Dennis is talking about. Mr. Moss has been employed by this county for many, many, many years, and the institutional knowledge that this man has will certainly benefit in your absence. So I'm leaning towards, and I'm glad you brought this up, because I didn't realize at this time that it was going to be encompassed in this. But I wanted to bring up a discussion on it also. I think Brian is a valuable asset to that department, and could step in a moment's notice in the CAO's position, and his institutional knowledge, again, it would be very beneficial in your absence. And certainly no disrespect to you and your job and your ability that you're doing, but in my opinion, I would have to agree with Supervisor Mills on this issue.
Well, if I could say, with that, no disrespect intended on my side, but as your county administrator, I'm telling you that the office structure is not conducive to getting the work done. And if I don't have an ability to restructure to a way to meet the needs of the purchasing department, capital improvements, and all of the other functions, then I have to wholesale say, I can't do purchasing the way that it should be done. I can't do capital improvements the way that it should be done. And that's my biggest concern right now, is I'm saying that the way that this office is structured is 20 years old, and it is completely out of date with how a modern administrative office functions in county.
And I appreciate that response. I have another concern that I would like to bring up, and that is that if you do restructure into this, what kind of pay rate are you putting our electeds in as a result? It would, in other words, are you going to be isn't there going to be some kind of a differential that's being created here where they're getting even less than what some of the folks within your department would be getting?
I mean, I think that's a long-standing issue that does have to be addressed with the electeds. Quite honestly, there's that criticism now with the high rate of pay of Mr. Moss and how much he's getting paid more than a lot of department heads. My goal here was to provide better equity by getting rid of an assistant and instead reflecting that the deputies across the board shouldn't necessarily be making more than a lot of our department heads.
Dennis, can you unpack that elected thing since we're all
Well,
under that?
I'm thinking more of our department heads being the various department heads, not us, and that there really isn't, I think this has been a long-standing issue of what kind of wages that they're making for those positions versus how it fits into the overall scheme of the operation. I just feel like there's something here that needs to be discussed regarding their pay rates, which we haven't really discussed.
And in fairness, and Ms. Hawkins and I did discuss, if you want to address what we talked about with the electeds, we've had some level of disagreement. I think what I would like to be entertaining for that discussion is a broader restructure of how we pay our department heads. Another area where we're out of line is, or out of sync with a lot of counties, is trying to create some kind of a range to be able to hire somebody based on their qualifications. A department head that has higher qualifications, you might pay more than one that has lower. And that would include kind of what the board wants to set as a range for electeds. I know Ms. Hawkins has done quite a bit of research on this.
Before you start, please pardon me for my talking in shorthand.
Oh, no problem. I had brought previously to the previous board an increase for appointed department heads, and then also trying to bring a range for the elected officials, and that was not successful. And so in having extensive talks with the CAO, we are trying to put together a plan to bring before you on having a range for the appointed department heads, and then also looking at what we can do with electeds to make sure that we have the proper ranges and we don't have a compaction there, and that we do want to have a range that models what is standard out there, and then also being able to tie to it if performance isn't up to par, that we can also move people down the range or up the range, so that we can use it for recruiting, and then we can also use it for performance management.
You know, if I may, when we started off this budget hearing talking about how we needed to live within our means, I think having a conversation about increasing salaries for elected officials at this time is probably not prudent, since we didn't reduce at all. We shouldn't be increasing. I support Mr. Lutz and his reorganization of the CIO's office, and I think we need to hire good people and then give them the reins and let them do their job within the budget. He's presented a budget that has reduced cost to us, significantly reduced, and that's where I hope that we can be going with this budget, is how we get our revenues in line with our expenditures.
And Mr. Chair, I also support Mr. Lutz in this endeavor and taking on this task. More importantly, I support Ms. Hawkins and the program to go in and look at this. Serving on a prior board, and a lot of people in this room have been with this county a long, long time. And we found out that maybe those practices that we did back in those years just don't fit the bill anymore. And I'm very satisfied with the performance we've made with this board and the performance of our administration and our department heads and our electeds. But we need to improve. And I'm going to be supporting Mr. Lutz on that. I understand Mr. Mills, and I understand Mr. Tofinelli, their concerns, but we need to get in the 21st century, And I think that's the way of the world right now. And I would be willing to look at it and then make a decision when we have all the information. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Well, I had my concerns too. I had my concerns when I seen the restructure. When I was first talked about it, I had concerns about it. I still have concerns about it. And I think this should be a discussion that the board has. I talked to Brian today a little bit because, to see what was going on. And I've known Brian since the day he started work here. I have a lot of respect for him. He has, the knowledge is unbelievable he has. And I don't know, I was not happy with it, to say the least.
I have couple more questions. You say in order to go through purchasing and the other things that you need to do, this structure has to be in place.
Mm-hmm.
If we raise the assistants that you have, or analysts that you have now, to the deputy positions, and keep the assistant CAO position, and you can still designate him to what you have here, is that, how would that affect what you're trying to get accomplished?
It would, it creates a little disparity, but it doesn't, because we took out the analyst, there still would be a cost savings in the restructure proposal, so that could still work. Really, it's just a little bit of the disparity between what the assistant is making, and given that he's being assigned to integrated waste management and those types of separate functions, I think we could make a valid business case. I'm assuming, unless HR has any comments or suggestions to that, it would really be the classification piece of justifying the workload. He could still function then as my assistant if the board wishes that if I'm not here, he acts in my place. So definitely we could keep it in that structure and just modify a little bit in terms of what additional duties he might have.
We would have to update job description and incorporate the management of integrated waste.
I'm sorry. Go
Well,
ahead.
again, to point what Tim was saying, I believe it was like 3-4 months ago, someone was asking the person's agent, and I found out Tim was actually doing that too. And being from a construction company, if we had a project of $2 or $3 million, that had a person's agent, and here's Tim has a $160 million budget, and he's doing it too. I was really surprised at that because they also review the contracts and along those things. And for us not to have that position, I was really surprised. I'm excited that we actually don't have someone as a purchasing agent to go over all. So there is a lot of things that needs to be changed. I agree with that.
I worry that we need to hire good people like Mr. Lutz, and let them run their shop. We need to stay at a policy level, and I worry that we're mixing up personalities with function, and nobody's taking anything away from Brian, who's a great guy, and we all love him. He's done a great service, but we need to let the CAO run their shop and make their hires and decide how they're going to do it. Because, and I'm sure that if a meteor came down and hit Tim right now in his chair, we would figure out a way to put the stipend to have Brian step up, and we could figure that out. But, conversely, a meteor might hit Brian today, and then, then we have this function issue. So I propose we let this CAO organize his shop the way he wants his shop to run.
I would agree.
Supervisor Mills, your lights on?
The light's been on all day. Yeah, it's just chain of command. That's all it is, really.
What?
It's really just about chain of command. And this, it's not a financial issue, and I do agree that with Supervisor Clapp that you do need a purchasing agent. You really, really do,
Yes.
for a lot of reasons. So my only concern is to be sure that there is a proper chain of command that works smoothly within your organization, that everyone knows how that's going to work and that it does function as best that you need it to function. That is my primary concern. It has nothing to do with money, and it doesn't really have anything to do with people. It has to do with how does that chain work.
Well, and that's where I say I think my feeling is that this structure would still retain that chain of command. Tuolumne County is a prime example that this structure is based off of theirs. The only reason they recently hired their assistant is for succession planning for their CAO. So it's a fairly common practice to organize an administrative office this way and have deputies that have, kind of that delegated function. I totally understand the concern on chain of command and what the board would want if I'm not here, and that's why I say, if that's the primary concern and you don't feel that we're addressing it enough, we certainly can look at then having the assistant remain, make some modifications to the job spec, and address it that way.
In the short term, that would be my request, and it would be subject to modification. I'm not asking for a whole lot of change here. It's just if someone was to walk in that door and ask the question, who's in charge, and you're not there, and everybody else is going to turn around and say, where do we go? I would prefer that there be somebody that is going to be there to step up and say, I'm the one in charge, and not specifically for a particular issue, but for everything that may be happening within the realm of the administrative office. That is my only concern, sir.
There might be an easy answer. Since this is Army Day, and Flag Day, if you have 3 lieutenants and a captain, and the captain something happens, not available, go by date of rank. If 3 equals, who's the senior? They're in charge. Then it's not rocket science. It didn't take a revision of the HR policies.
I have some concerns, and I understand what Supervisor Garamendi is saying. We've hired a captain, let him run the ship, sees fit. The policy issue, though, is it comes here, though. Eventually, it comes back to this board of policy and setting the policies. I would be interested in going forward with his projections based on, we specifically know what his plans are for succession. If something happens and he's not here or available, so if we could have some type of plan come back to us here on your projections on what you see filling in and going forward, I would be open to that. So at least we know as the board what your plan of succession is and where you're going and who's, if you understand what I'm saying.
I do, yeah.
I think it's more of a comfort issue too, to some degree, that the board is comfortable that this is going to be the way to make it work. This is a very big departure from what the county's done in the past, and change isn't always easy.
Well, the institutional knowledge, I think Brian's not going to go, he's not leaving. It's not like we're saying goodbye to him. He's still going to be here. So the institutional knowledge, and I think it's very important since we've lost a lot of that in this county over the course of the last 4 or 5 years, that we do retain some knowledge of past history, even though we're going forward and we're making strides to reach to the date that we're at, and going into the future, but it's still that basis of institutional knowledge still remains. So in that respect, I'll pull the board. Supervisor Clapp?
What are we voting on?
We're pulling the board on his proposal for his budget for administration and his proposal for the change reorganization.
No.
Is this going to affect Brian's pay rate?
Yes.
Yes, I can't do that.
I can't do it right now either.
Supervisor,
I would be in support of this, providing that we restructure the job description as suggested by HR.
Can I offer one alternative? It's not my favorite alternative because I think it sets a bad precedent and I try and stay away from it. If pay rate is the primary concern over what we talked about before on succession, we can also still do the change and do a Y rate, which essentially a Y rate means we reclassify the position, he retains his existing salary. Where he is now, it would still preserve what his salary is, but instead in that position.
How does that affect your budget, sir?
I would have one question. Is there any way we can determine by percentage what that delta change would be? I mean, are we talking 10%, 15%, 3%? Is it a significant change?
I was going to say,
I apologize. I had the spreadsheet with me yesterday. I don't have it today.
I think I have it right.
Brian probably knows.
I think I have it right here, actually. So the delta with that proposal would be, and give me 1 second to do a quick calculation, just so I get it right for you.
Even just a rough number would help.
So the difference in salary is $6,149 for the fiscal year.
I'd like to hear your modification of your proposal there, Mr. Lutz.
Yeah, and I'm verifying that, and I think that's probably what I'm seeing here too is.
Part of my reasoning is when I first came on the board, it was a month before the rest of you folks came on, and Brian was acting in that position. Shirley was still here, but she was gone for the whole month. And so Brian stepped in, he filled that gap for a whole month. And, that's a valuable employee.
It is about 6,500 too, in support of what Ms. Hawkins said.
That's total compensation?
Yeah.
If you could assure me that it's not going to affect his pay rate.
That would not affect his pay rate if we Y-rated.
So I'll pull the board with that change in the proposal. Supervisor Platt, go ahead.
If I can ask, so just to be clear, what we're proposing is Brian becomes a deputy but maintains his pay rate. So if Brian leaves, it goes back to that, if that meteor hits him, we go back on this.
That is how a Y rate works, is then it just goes back to the regular salary schedule.
I think we're making I'm going to support this, but I think we're making a policy mistake here. But if this gets it done and this allows the CAO to get her done, that's fine.
Supervisor Clapp.
Mr. Chair, before,
Supervisor Calaveras.
does this include the job description change to HR?
Yeah, this would include going to the job description.
I want to make sure we
yes.
got all the cards on the table here.
Yes.
And so my understanding then, if Tim's off on vacation for a month or whatever, because we're going to give you 2 months vacation.
Wow.
And, yeah,
Can't
we're
wait.
being generous here. So then Brian would step in your position?
Yes.
Okay, yeah,
Brian-
I would be for that.
Supervisor Mills.
I would be for it as well.
Supervisor Olivera.
I would support that as stated.
Supervisor Garmin.
What is the total before you had a reduction in your budget,
Yes.
and now it is,
I'd have to recalculate entirely, but you figure I reduced it again by 96,000, and we're adding in now about
6.
about 6, round it.
okay, so now we're up over the beginning by 11,000. Not so good on cutting overall, but yes, I support this idea.
I support it too. So, okay.
Thank you.
It is 27 minutes to 1 o'clock right now. We're going to go to lunch. We return to lunch at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
No.
Power on.
We have to give her lunch.
Okay.
She's not important. So 2 o'clock. We're staying recess till 2 o'clock.
Public comment too.
And we still have to.
Ready?
All right, we are back from our lunch break, and we ended with administrative office. So I'm going to ask the board, is there any other department that you'd like to look at, go through, have questions on?
If I could add
CAO, if you have, yeah.
Ms. Hawkins wanted to discuss, I had mentioned it in a couple of budgets about equity for unrepresented. She has a complete list. To be clear, these funds are already factored into this budget, but they will be coming to the board for requested approval on the 26th as well. So we wanted to talk about what those are.
Right. I won't, Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director, I won't go through the entire list. A lot of the list that will be coming back to you, there's a lot of transfers in the list, just interdepartment transfers of the employees. But one of the things that I do want to make sure and bring to your attention today is that just like we did with all of the bargaining unions last year, we did a review of the salaries of the unrepresented employees. And we used the same model for the unrepresented. We took those salaries that were 15% or higher and then applied an equity increase to them. I talked to the department heads. Some of the positions, there were reasons that they don't have the full duties, things like that, and we're going to readdress them at final. Or at mid-year, HHSA, we're doing kind of a review of how their structure is for their top management. And so we'll be bringing that back at another time. But for our unrepresented employees, Human Resources had recommended that we give a 5% increase for the Assistant Chief Probation Officer, and that one was specifically talked about in his presentation. The Deputy Ag Commissioner, that position is underfilled right now, and so that would not be an increase to the budget because it is underfilled. The Principal Analyst is vacant, and so there would not be a change to that position or to the budget at this time. Senior Code Enforcement Officer, and it is also included in their budget. Ag Commissioner is a position that...
On the ones that are filled, would you mind saying, do you have the dollar impact on there just so, or at least what the percentage changes? I think that would be helpful. Sorry to interrupt.
And while CIA Lutz interrupted you, may I interrupt? Could you explain the unrepresented classification for our folks?
Okay, so our unrepresented group is and we did not include at this time elected officials. This just includes, supervisors, so our supervisors, managers, and then those are considered confidential are in this group. So let me go through, and I don't,
Could you explain that when you say supervisors, you're not talking about us? So I don't get a
right,
bunch
so
of
we're
hate
talking
calls.
about department supervisors and not district supervisors. So, I do not have the total amount to the budget. Even though I did calculate that out, I don't have it in front of me. So I can bring that back to you.
Well, and I think if we could at least have it to illustrate it for when the board considers those recommendations for the adopted in the 26 would be helpful, just
Yes,
so
I will
the board
definitely-
can see what those percent changes are. I apologize, I should have mentioned that earlier. I didn't know that you wouldn't have it.
So the positions that we are giving the 5% is business analyst 3, network specialist manager, senior administrative analyst, which is a vacant position, and supervising deputy probation officer. And the assistant probation officer and supervising deputy probation officer, those positions were extremely impacted by the CCPSEA union increases that we gave. We are giving a 4% increase to the facility grounds manager and the road superintendent. These are the increases for the July 1st. We will give an additional 5% increase in January of 2019. This follows what we did for all of the bargaining units, and that would be an additional 5% for the ag commissioner, assistant chief probation officer, senior code enforcement officer, the ag commissioner, business analyst 3, and the supervising deputy probation officer. And then an additional 4% for the facilities grounds manager and the road superintendent.
And we have a total for all of that?
And I do have a total for all that I can bring back to you. I just don't have it in front of me at this moment.
Can you bring that total to us on the 26th?
Yes.
Okay, make sure you have it on the 26th. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I had provided that information to the admin office. I just don't have it in front of me right now.
So just so I'm clear, so there's a July and then a January bump.
Right, it's
So we're
broken
looking at
out,
between 9 and 10% on these positions in
yes,
aggregate?
8 and 10%.
That's what I want to see. As well.
One of them is 5, actually it's between 5 and 10%. There are, the deputy ag commissioner is only getting a total of 5%, along with the principal analyst and the senior administrative analyst. Those are just 5%.
And these
And-
positions, some of these positions are just recently filled.
Well, those 3 that I just mentioned are vacant.
The what positions?
So Supervisor Tuffanelli's point, which positions?
And
are
so
vacant?
the deputy ag commissioner is vacant. We have somebody underfilling the position, so they would not get an increase.
Congratulations.
The purpose of bringing this forward now is so that when those positions come up to be filled, or that classification stays in line, so that we've applied the correct equity increases to those positions.
And the ones that were just filled, I mean, that have been filled in the last couple of years, I mean, it's not like they've been sitting there languishing. These are jobs that people applied for, they knew the salary, and they just took it. So I'm always hesitant, if somebody just took a job, to turn around and give them a raise.
But it's also speaks to retention.
But they just took the jobs.
And, we're talking about a job market that is, getting very difficult for the employer. Employees can go anywhere right now.
I understand
I
the job
have,
market.
can I add 2 things?
I'm not saying no, I'm just saying
Right.
raises a flag when
I
we're reclassing
have-
someone who just took a job.
I have
that
your
rate.
numbers up here if you wanted to see what the impacts are. Let me unfreeze this so it's not stained. So again, I've blacked out names just because I don't want to talk employee names. You can see the first one, facilities and grounds manager, the difference is $5,000. The ag commissioner, that difference almost, or $12,689. The ag biologist 3 is $4,000. Vacant deputy ag commissioner, again, as Judy said, that's underfilled, but should somebody be in that position, $3,504. The business analyst 3, $72,87. That's a second business analyst 3. A network manager for $62,61. HHSA is an admin compliance analyst.
Those have been taken off the list at this time.
Okay. Then that's the county veteran services officers. That they're not anymore.
Right, they're being
Okay.
reviewed at
Building
final.
code enforcement, the senior code enforcement, $14,000. Supervising deputy probation officer, $14,700. Assistant chief probation officer, $18,000. And then public works, road superintendent at $6,000. Total is $121,000. If I could add my other comment to this, in terms of why I felt this was an important direction forward. One, this is consistent with how we treated our represented units when we went through negotiation to identify who was the farthest out. If I recall correctly, Judy, we had our ag commissioner that was
The furthest out.
30% out.
A little bit more than that.
The issue obviously is about, yeah, people took the job that they're in to get that pay, but at the same time, we want to remain competitive. And quite honestly, there's been some question, and I think correctly so, from our unrepresented classifications of, is the only way to get a salary increase or an equity increase to be represented. So either we address what the needs are across the board, or we do it in bargaining, which is going to cost us a lot more time and money.
Correct. And because we have pulled several of those positions out and looking at them later, either at final or mid-year, it's not the full 121.
Can you go back over just straight across from?
Do you need me to scroll up or stay where I'm at?
Stay where you're at.
And so in looking at, so row E is basically what the rate is per hour after their COLAs, at the 2% COLAs that we're receiving.
I'm looking at line P, which is what the increase will bring them to. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or line O is what the increase will bring them to.
And obviously that includes PERS, health benefits, all of those things. Your line G is your base salary.
Yeah, but I'm looking, because O is larger than P.
Right, so O is the, what it is bringing them to. P is what their current rate was forecasted to be, and then we get the difference.
So scroll up. Go.
Sorry. If Judy's saying
that
these
one's
aren't
not
relevant, I will.
Yeah, okay, if they're not relevant, let's.
That's what I'm. There we go.
Okay, hold on. What was, I can't see the cameras in the way of
Oh.
the manager. Network manager. What is that?
So the network specialist manager is in our IT department, and that's who manages all of our network specialists.
Business analyst.
And our business analyst is Barbara Biddick. Sorry.
Those are the people who support our basically all of our applications. They're, IT unfortunately has a lot of different names, application support specialist. Those are the people that basically keep all of our databases running and
These are extremely highly skilled positions when you're talking about the business analyst. The network manager, our supervising DPOs, these are all positions that are very difficult to fill, and definitely we need to look at the equity.
I agree, we need to take a hard look at this. This is a multi-pronged issue that we need to discuss. I don't know if I would like to have this out as a separate agenda item, because putting it at the end of day 3 is a lot to stomach.
Well, they were also included in their budgets.
I would like to delay this at least until final budget.
Same here.
And maybe revisit the final budget when we have more solid numbers to deal with as far as what we're going to have when we close our books and the state finalizes their budget and we go forward. So that's my opinion right now, is revisit it in September. I don't know, Supervisor Oliveira?
No, I would agree. Let's take a look at it before final budget and make sure we have all accurate information with the rest of the budget items.
Supervisor Garamendi?
I concur.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, that's fine.
And Supervisor Clapp? Yes. So there we have 5 going forward.
We should get some salary savings then.
Any other department that we wish to visit? CAO, is there anything else you want to bring up?
that was it.
We'll pull the board.
I'd like to talk about code enforcement, or at least the land use issues. There are going to be a lot of that coming on pretty soon. And I'd like to see how that goes, maybe at midterm, maybe we can hire more if that's working out well. Because I'd rather do most of the eradications and code as a land use issue and not as a criminal issue. I'm more comfortable. And plus, if we do it through code enforcement, is basically, we could probably keep that, recover some of the funds a lot easier. It'll be 20 days, we can have it from the citation to the administrative hearings. It would just be much more efficient for us to do it that way. And I'd like to keep that, maybe, if that starts going off working right, I'd like to look at midterms, maybe adding 2 positions on that. Because I think that's the most feasible way to do it, because we could have them, I believe they're entitled to administrative costs and eradication costs, but not fines. Fines would have to go to be adjudicated and stuff. And so they could actually put that on the property tax. They could take that out of teeter fund and keep on operating, and then we can get the teeter fund repaid back with the interest on the property tax. And I would like to see us move in that direction.
Supervisor Mills, I think what we need to do is take a poll, though, before we go forward on the remaining items on the budget for the departments. Do we approve the CAO's requests for the remaining items? Supervisor Clapp?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, I know there's going to be work to do between now and final budget,
Yeah.
and some negotiations, I'm certain, will happen as a result of that, so, yes.
Supervisor Oliveira?
I concur with Supervisor Mills. Yes.
Supervisor Germany?
Yes.
And I would agree. So, is there any other comments?
I was going to ask if, I thank you for all the instructions. This is helpful. I was already on a conference call just before this to get everything set up for getting that information put into the document for the 26th, and should have that out Thursday morning at this point. The only question that I might have then is from now until final budget, my goal would be to work with departments on, basically what their overall expenditures were. I don't know if the board wants to provide any additional direction at this point of what they might want to see come back at final.
Well, I had a conversation with you. I don't know how the board feels about it, but we've just pretty much agreed with the CAO with a few minor discrepancies on his budget. I see, and I want to say that, first off, I did send an email to Rebecca Callan, and I asked Rebecca Callan for her comments on this budget and whether she agreed with this budget as proposed by the CAO or not. And she sent back an email, responded, saying that she did agree with this budget. However, she does recognize that we will have some issues to face next year by adopting this budget. She didn't go into elaborations on it, but I think we look at this budget and we know there's a structural deficit here. And the amount of income that we will have or projected next year, going into next year's budget, we do not know. We don't know if the economy is going to bust in the middle of next year. We don't know what in the forecast. None of us have a crystal ball going forward. So I did ask if there could be a possibility, and I asked the board if they would be interested in the possibility of, when we go to final budget, between now and final budget, if there would be some type of proposal that could be brought by, for us to consider at that time, brought to us by the CAO, that would have a 5% reduction in the current budget that we just went through. And his explanation, at least present it to us. We don't have to accept it, but we can look at it and go through it at final budget time in order to reduce some of the impacts going into next year. How you get to that, I don't know. I'm leaving it up to him and the department heads in their discussions. But I thought I would throw it out there and see if there's an interest by the board to at least have that work done and presented to us, whether we go down that route at the final budget or not.
Can I start?
Any comments?
Yeah, I believe that there's $9 million being used that we're going to have next year. I can see us generating $3 million in property tax, sales tax, and different revenues coming in. And so that still leaves us next year with a $6 million hole that somehow we're going to have to fill. If we can go ahead and not do that, put ourselves in that position next year and use part of that money next year, I can see us the third year having enough generated income from the increases that we can survive. But as it looks right now, I don't see how we're going to fill the gap next year. I really don't. If with the 5%, I think would be a huge help.
Supervisor Mills?
Well, I'm looking at the number of staff positions that we're increasing is roughly a 4% increase over what we have now. And if we have excess money, is it better to be used for an increase in staff and growing the size of government, or is it better used in assets and creating efficiencies around those assets? I look at, for instance, the amount of give back that was in the payroll last year as being substantial. It was, what, 2.1 million at mid-year, and the sheriff admitted 860,000 give back at the end of the year for his department alone. So I don't see all of those positions as being filled, but that does create a problem for us in the out years. And that we may not have to deal with it in this budget, but subsequent budgets will. So it will be the option of, you're going to add in this staff, but then you're going to be looking at what do you do going down the road, because these are not assets. These don't have a fixed value. They're going to continue to draw. So I'm concerned about the out years here. I would like to try to do what we can to stay within that 3% consumer price index or the GDP. In other words, look at what is our projected growth rate so that if we're going to add money into the budget, we're going to be able to sustain it through the growth rates that will be coming in future years. So that is the greatest concern. If we're saying 5%, this budget, according to what's saying here, has an overall increase in expenses of 3.69%. So does that mean that we really have to see about a 3% instead of a 3.69? Not really, not when you're saying you plugged in $9 more million to make it happen. So it's somewhere we've got to find a balance as a board as to what we're willing to accept and not create a poison pill for the future. And that is the greatest concern. So I would like to see what we can do to bring this from what it is. And I got to tell you, I've seen a lot of budgets, Mr. Lutz, and this is impressive, what you've put together. But it's a starting point, and it's going to be a work in progress, and we understand that. I would like to say, let's try to see what we can find between now and the final, and bring something back to the board as some options that we might be able to look at. Maybe we don't go after all of this as aggressively as we have, and realize that some of this may have to be put into a year over year rather than just try to get it all done in 1 year and then create a problem for the future. So that would be my request, is just that find a way to get this more in line with our potential growth into the future so that we are not experiencing situations that are not recoverable in the future as well.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that we need to very cautiously and realistically take a look at what's going to happen next year for the next 3 to 5 years. But a priority that we must maintain is to arrive at that without laying our employees off. And I know that that's going to be a very hard decision. It really is. And my priority would be to, number one, provide the services we can and keep our staff employed. I've seen cut over the last 5 to 10 years, and now we only have a short period of time to make up for it. So we have to be wise in what we do with this budget. I think the scenario of a 5% gives us our choices, what we can do, but we have to keep our priorities in line. We've got to keep the county running. We've got to provide the safety of our public safety. We've got to provide the services this county needs and the utilities that this county survives on. But not the risk of our employees, not the risk of hiring people, giving them a raise and then laying them off. That happens too often around here. If we're going to change, let's change everything for the better of the county and its people. Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Well, as I was telling the chair earlier today, if you go to the casino and you win $25,000, you put a new roof on your house. You don't count it as income and go get a new mortgage. And I worry that in many ways that's what we've done. And on Tuesday afternoon, we talked about this exact issue. We talked about the structural deficit. We talked about that we wanted to try to smooth out the cliff. Yet over the course of the last 2.5 days, we cut net about $1,000 off of the overall deficit. So, you know, I hate having to have the department heads come and sing for their supper, us give it, and then we're going to turn around and say, oh, but what we really meant was we want 5%. I don't think we have a choice. I mean, I think the only responsible thing we could do is begin to squeeze to get our revenues in, our expenditures in line with our revenues, for all the reasons that were pointed out here. You know, I think I pointed out a couple times yesterday, we just approved these positions, and now we're either not going to fill them or we're going to cut them. And so I feel bad for the folks that came and sang for their supper, and I think we could have helped solve this problem, but, you know, we're punting to the CAO, who's going to have to make because you have to squeeze. And, granted, that's CAO's job often, but I think we could have helped. But overall, this budget, you did what your board asked you to do, and I think you delivered on that. But I would agree with the chair that I would like to see 5% in September, so we begin to get closer in line, because next year at this time, we're going to have horrible conversations with people. And I'd like to smooth that out, and I really worry about some of the stuff we've approved today. But, we did what we did as a board, and we'll work through it. We have to. So.
Yeah, I think what would happen was he could bring it to us for us to review and go through and scrutinize it and either agree with it or pick or choose or whatever, go through it. But I think at least it have an option for us to look at when we go into the final budget, and whether we agree all or get 3 votes or 4 votes or 5 votes for it at that time or not, at least it's out there as an option to us. So we all agree on that, to at least bring it forward.
5%?
5%.
I would agree. But we got a starting.
Let's look at 5%.
Let's look at 5%, and if we can go through it at the time
Yeah.
when he proposes it to us.
This is a starting point. Work from here. Let's try to spread this out. Spread it into the out years as best we can. I'd like to bring one other point up about jobs, because of the number of people I've hired and had in my career, is if someone is going to come looking to Calaveras County or looking for a job, there are certain criteria that those potential employees are going to look at. And I know Ms. Hawkins can probably agree that one of the first things that I look at is turnover. What is the turnover within the organization? Because that's going to tell me the likelihood that I'll stay there. Number 2 is the stability of the entity. If there's no financial stability, if there's no stability within the organization, is that a place you really want to go work? So you're going to try to find the most stable place to work. And then the third thing is the work environment itself. Those are the 3 key factors that bring people in. It isn't money. I had people that worked for me year over year over year, and top performers, and never got a raise. And they stayed on. And they stayed on because they liked their work environment. They liked where they were. There was low turnover, and it was a family. I would like to get Calaveras County as employees to become a family again. And I think that's a key component to whether or not we're going to attract new employees who want to come here and be a part of that family.
Any other board comments or any staff comments? If not, give direction, I will close the budget hearings. And we will go into our regular agenda. And I believe what's left on the regular agenda is board announcements.
Public comment.
Well, public comment will come after announcements.
Okay.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, Chapter is Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, such as mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
So, any board announcements? Supervisor Clapp, you're up.
I attended Good Morning Calaveras, and my CSA 1 road department, I attended that, and Area 12 was canceled this month.
Supervisor Mills.
Yes, I attended a very challenging meeting in Mariposa. It was a required yearly face-to-face meeting in Mariposa, the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. And in that run, I gained a new appreciation for how well our county has recovered from the spring of 2017 storms. Highway 49 is still closed due to washouts, and most major roads in Mariposa County are either closed to through traffic or in repairs. So this turned a 70-minute trip into over 2 hours one way, winding through construction areas. So, surprise, half my day was spent driving. June 6th through 8th, the request of the Mountain Counties Water Resource Association, I accompanied the agency members to a North Meets South tour this past week in Costa Mesa. The Southern California host provided a tour of their facilities, including the Metropolitan Water District's Dimere facility, which is the second largest treatment plant in the United States, Irvin Ranch Michelson facility, Mesa Water District facility, Orange County Water Replenishment System, and San Diego's desalination plant. The event included open discussions with Southern California water agencies intended to bring water partnerships and finding common interests, understanding differences, and dispelling myths. With my involvement in water issues throughout the Sierra Nevada and San Joaquin Basin, MCWRA appreciated the perspective from a source county in helping to bring a better dialogue to those who use water in Southern California. I was able to see firsthand the efforts being undertaken in Southern California to protect their water basins from salt intrusion, to recycle literally millions of gallons of wastewater every day into safe drinking water, and to recharge their groundwater basins for drought resiliency and to convert ocean water into potable water. During that visit, I was able to have a personal conversation with Jeffrey Neitlinger, the General Manager of Metropolitan Water District, and Devin Update, Metropolitan's Water Resource Group Manager, and bringing a message to how the South counties can work together with those in the South to ensure safe, resilient water supplies throughout the state. I also like to report out that Caltrans has sent me a letter in response to my request regarding the barriers along Utica Grade, and that they are going to be starting that field investigation, and they should have that complete within 4 to 6 months, and then they'll notify us of the results. So they feel that there is something there, and so they're going to be looking at it.
Thank you. Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the 6th, on Wednesday, I attended the Evans Pass Property Owners Committee meeting at EPOC, as they normally related to. And we just, sorry, get in trouble. Couldn't see the red light. On the 6th, I attended the EPOC meeting in Arnold at the Evans Pass Fire Department. And that's basically a meeting of all the homeowner associations along the Highway 4 corridor. Those issues discussed were an actual reporting out on a monthly basis from public safety, any type of problems in the community that is addressed on the homeowners. More importantly, that we discussed the possibility of modifying or eliminating, if you will, plan development on the Highway 4 corridor from Avery up to Arnold into Dorrington. There is a community effort. We've had 2 meetings already. Lisa Muteries, our planning commissioner for District 3, actually held a meeting yesterday. I was unable to attend because I was here. But we find that very constructive, and they're putting together a grassroots committee to look at this on a community level. And we looked at the success in Moke Hill, that they did eliminate plan development, but things have changed. The plan development came into the Arnold area about 1998, and it was a different world then. We're looking at today's world and in the future, and that's an issue that we're going to take on a community level. And then we'll bring that results to the county and go from there. We're actually working with Peter Maurer of our planning department. On that evening, I attended the COG meeting. I'm the alternate on that, and I believe I took your place, Mr. Mills. Yeah, I'm not going to let him tell you how come he wasn't there, but the bottom line, I don't know. But it was a pretty good meeting. We had a pretty good time. We did solve some issues that were in the course of business, but nothing really earth-shattering was decided. So you get to go back into that, Dennis.
They ain't going to stone me.
We attended the transient occupancy tax committee meeting, work group meeting on the next day, the 7th. That meeting, we did discuss the future of what we're going to do as far as promoting this. We have not brought this to the Board of Supervisors yet. That committee meeting is in progress, and we are progressing as we thought as far as getting the information out and how we're going to present it. There was a survey conducted, and I don't have the results of that survey. That was going to be, I believe, 4 days long, Mr. Lutz. I don't know if you have information on that.
I do have information on that, and the 26th is going to be a full presentation on the results, which I will just add to this point. We're positive.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, sir. Monday, I did attend the first meeting of the Forest Health and Management, actually Forest Management and Health statewide committee that was recently formed as a result of tree mortality and other issues. I've come back from that meeting with some question marks as far as what the future and the involvement of local county government is going to be. We had approximately 18 agencies and representatives on the tree mortality governance task force. This new committee involves 33 agencies. Unfortunately, at this time, none of the counties have a seat at that table. There is a work group on tree mortality that's going to be advisory. From what I understand and what the information provided to us on Monday, to be advisory to that Forest Health and Management. This is still in development, and they're seeking some feedback from the counties. Nothing's set in stone other than the fact that it's here, it's official, and it's actually been ordered by the governor through executive order. So we're going to find out what's going to become of that and what that program entails. I'd like to thank Michelle Patterson for keeping us on top of that, and she did attend in a conference call, and we'll be working together to find out our next move and how we're going to be represented. Well, that's about it, folks.
Thank you. Supervisor Garamendi.
There's a lot of good stuff happening in District 2 right now. Things are moving forward, but out of respect for AB 1234 and having to report out on meetings that I paid to go to or was paid to go to, I have nothing to report, and I will surrender my time to you in the interest of getting through these last 3 days.
And I did not, I attended several meetings, but none that I took any compensation for. So I have nothing to report this time. In the interest of time, like Supervisor Garamendi. So I will turn it over to CAO. If you have anything to report, County Council? Madam Clerk? No. So.
Chair, I do have something.
Okay.
Considering the county's situation right now with what I call its very divisive nature, I know that in the past, supervisors have asked to bring something to the voters. And I would like to poll the board as to whether or not they would like to see an advisory measure come before the voters for the purpose of determining whether or not the ban ordinance that is in place right now is what this county really wants. And to instruct staff to prepare that for the ballot in November.
I will say this, that I have been working with County Council on this issue. They have sent me some emails over the course of the last couple of days I have not seen yet, but it goes back to when we were going to put this issue back in January, February, and we voted not to do it. I asked for all that information. I haven't had a chance to go through it. But if you're asking for a poll of the board right now, I guess we can do that. And you're asking whether the board wants to move forward with putting an initiative onto
November's
the
ballot.
November ballot.
For the purpose of answering the question.
As far as answering questions?
No, as far as an advisory vote.
An advisory vote?
Right.
So I will go forward and ask Supervisor Clapp.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to need some clarification on an advisory vote status. What does that entail, and what does that hold as far as what the board can and cannot do, or an advisory vote on a ballot? County Council, can you provide information on that?
Certainly, the board can direct staff to bring anything. I would caution the board from getting into much detail today since it is not agendized. So if this is something that the board wishes to see, you can certainly direct staff to bring an item back as soon as possible. As Chair Toffanelli indicated, this item was in front of this board in February. So, and the intent of that item was for the June ballot, which, as you know, the board did not place anything on that ballot. So if this board directs staff to bring that forward, our office would certainly work with the elections official to bring an item similar to the one in February back for the board's consideration.
Thank you for that information. But what exactly, how effective is an advisory status is what I'm getting at. What action can be taken, or can any action be taken on an advisory vote?
Again, just an advisory is just that. It's the voters telling the elected officials what it is that they would like to see generally. I would rather, I'm getting a little uncomfortable as far as how substantive this discussion is since it's not on today's agenda. So all of those things would be laid out in whatever item comes back for the board for full discussion. That would be included in that full discussion for the board to consider.
Why don't I say this? Back in February, I know that there was 3 items that were brought for our attention to put on a ballot. One was a complete ban, one was regulatory, and one was the questions that we're asking about here. So why don't we take a poll on whether we want to have the staff bring back that information to us that was brought to us in February for our considerations.
Can we have some discussion on that?
Sure, yeah.
You know, I get it. This is an election year. I do not think putting something on the ballot is going to reach your goal, Dennis, of uniting. I think it's dividing. I think it's a superb political tactic to motivate people to come to the vote from certain bases. But let's just be honest. I've sat up here with you guys for 18 months fighting about cannabis. If suddenly the population came out and said, yes, we want it, I'm frankly not sure that either of you would change your position on that. You have been very hard in your position
Chair
and
Toffanelli,
consistent.
I apologize for interrupting, but this is
I'm getting to the point on the poll.
right, I know, but as far as a discussion, that's where I'm trying to get to the poll.
Let me finish my point, and that is, therefore, I think a advisory initiative would be a big distraction and a waste of county resources, and I will not support it.
Okay. Supervisor Oliveira.
I don't want to try council's patience here. I know we're walking a thin line. I would be supportive of that because I've tried that 4 times before this very board to get it to the vote of the people. But I have questions on being advisory. I would like to see it have substantiated effects and remove advisory and just put it on the ballot. That's my personal feelings, and that's the way I think we should do it. But I would support the request because all along, I believe the people ought to have the opportunity to vote on this.
So you're supporting bringing back the options that county council put together, as chair put forward?
For review, but not dead set for those. I think we're getting into that area, right, council?
Yeah, the item that was brought back in February was brought by the elections officials. So the direction that we're looking for from this board is whether you would like to direct staff to bring an item back for your consideration. I highly encourage you to not get into substantive discussion about that item specifically. All of those substantive discussions can be held when the item is brought back before you and properly agendized.
And Chair, to that point, that the board may in that discussion decide that it not be an advisory vote, that it be a binding vote, and that will be for us to talk about at that time. And that's all I'm asking.
I would agree with that.
Supervisor Clapp.
I would go with, I like to just see the ban that we passed go to the ballot they give it up or down, but I agree with Megan, just bring all three back, we'll have the discussion at that point.
We concur. Supervisor Garamendi, you agree with that?
No, I do not.
You're not. So we have 4-1, so staff, you want to bring it back?
I will certainly relay the information to the elections official, and my office will work with that office in doing so, and we will bring it back to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
All right, is that it?
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to public comment period. And I will remind the public that this is a continuation from Tuesday's meeting. So if you spoke at public comments on Tuesday, you've already had your say. It would be somebody that did not speak at public comments.
Mr. Chair, could I ask that we take a break for 5 minutes?
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, we're not ready yet. All right, now we're live. Okay, Patty.
I want to congratulate Supervisor Mills for writing Silent Poison. My understanding is that it's being used nationally and statewide on a number of issues to show that legal reference to it. And so congratulations on that. And Supervisor Clapp and Toffanelli and Mills have been my heroes because they have supported our national government in that marijuana is illegal and a Schedule I drug. And they have done their best, and I really appreciate it, what they've done to support what our country's laws are. And I think it was yesterday, I was driving into the parking lot down at Valley Springs, and I got out and I was going to go do something, and there was this man, and he had this huge grin on his face, and he was kind of laughing, and I go, "Hey, what are you laughing about?" And he said, "Well, I have this friend, and he's got a lot of problems. He can't pay his employees. He's got the money to pay his employees, but he can't pay his employees. And he's got money to do this and that and the other thing, but he can't do it. He can't even bank his money because he had this vault built here in Calaveras County, and so he's growing marijuana in it, and now he's got a whole bunch of money from it, but he doesn't know how to use it. He can't pay his employees. He's really in a hard spot." And I said, "Well, I don't agree with the marijuana issue." And he's all, "Well, I don't either." So that was just an example of something. Another thing, I was talking to a young man, and I was talking about how a lot of the pot people say that if people have pot to look forward to coming home, they don't come home angry because they have the pot to look forward to. And he said, let's see, he says, "Yeah, then they come to work angry." So in other words, they're coming to work angry, but they're happy when they're home. The workplace is now an acceptable place to be either coming off drugs or actually on drugs. Is it acceptable for an airplane pilot?
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other public comments?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Katinka McEwen, District 2, business owner, farmer, mother of 2. It's another depressing day here in Calaveras County. The Butte Fire took our home, all of our family heirlooms, and burnt all of our land. Contrary to a recent article, there are still families like ours that live in campers and continue to struggle for moderate restitution from PG&E's proven negligence. We invested our savings to rebuild our farm so it would comply with the UO regulations post-fire because we were told that our participation would be the precursor to permanent regulation. This was the bait. Failure to do so would have resulted in our names being placed on a list that would have precluded us from applying for a state license. This was the large stick. Where is this list of illegal growers that will never be allowed to apply for a cultivation license? Where is it? There isn't one, is there? The three good old boys sitting there so high and mighty on your horses, Tofinelli, Mills, Clapp, choosing to persecute those of us that complied and followed the law, too scared to direct the sheriff to go after those who haven't. We paid all the Measure C taxes that were overwhelmingly approved by 67.1% of this county's voters. The cannabis farmers of Calaveras County and the revenue created by our $16.8 million in taxes and fees have kept this county from defaulting on its obligations and out of bankruptcy. The three meek and morally corrupt men on this board chose to accept these funds, instead of enacting their ban when they came into office with full knowledge that failure to do so would have left them with an insurmountable deficit. The choice to change the scope of the EIR was politically motivated and not grounded by scientifically based facts or the reality that 100% compliance with a ban is a farce. A farce. This was the switch. The public was force-fed a bunch of lies concocted by political operatives and admitted into evidence by a dishonest supervisor, Mills. After the EIR comment period, it made no distinction between the illegals that operated however they wanted, flaunting all of their rules without consequence, and those of us that were adhering to environmental regulations and paying taxes. As difficult as our life has been to hold together since the fire, it's the three of you men that have dealt the final death blow to our family's livelihood. You're taking the food right out of our children's mouths and destroying a burgeoning industry that could benefit the county in a myriad of ways, from public safety to education. You failed to provide legal agricultural farmers with reasonable, workable regulation. Bait and switch will be your legacy. The three of you will be voted out of office. The farmers and families of Calaveras County just might be able to recover from the damage inflicted by your short-sighted and corrupt actions. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Aurora Weatherby, District 5. I read the article that she's just talked about in the paper this morning. It's my understanding that the urgency ordinance was only a temporary ordinance. It was nothing meant to be permanent. As a signature gatherer in both representing the ban and the People's Initiative and on the recall of Garamendi, I learned many things from many people with many sides and many views. I had multiple young people talk to me about how much money they had invested in their farms. What was really amazing to me is these people all had the same story. They put everything they had into it. I told them, I'm sorry that happened to you. The emergency ordinance was never meant to be permanent. It was a temporary ordinance in 2016 by a then board. Mr. Oliveira was the only one that said no. The other four said yes. So it moved forward. My story for the young people that I've talked to, that I've told them, I had 2 baskets full of eggs. I wanted to buy a house. I wanted to be below what rent was costing me. I went to a financial advisor. I talked to them. They told me what I needed to do to get where I'm at. I went to a tax man. I talked to them. They told me what I needed to do to get where I am. I did that, and I still have a basket full of eggs. I didn't sink everything I had into one project like so many young people do today. And that's where I don't understand. They put everything into it and left nothing in reserve. You guys came up with a budget that did have some reserves. You had to work at it, and you're willing to work at this budget. I have to work at mine all the time. I don't have added income. I don't want to go back to work full-time. I'm 77 years old. If I don't get a raise from Social Security, I don't get money. That's the way it is. But I do pay extra money out of my Social Security for the taxes. I do make my mortgage payment, and I still have a basket full of eggs. And that's what these people need to realize too. They need to learn how to budget their monies and tighten their belts just like a lot of people in my age group do. And from what I see and heard today on the budgets and the hearings, I think you all can tighten your belts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comments.
There's a couple out there. Been waiting 3 days for this. Jason Campbell, District 5. My middle name is I'm Not Big Pot. I have 2 kids, a wife who's Citizen of the Year, Valley Springs. I'd like to talk about transparency and honesty today. Supervisor Tofinelli, I'd like to thank you for finally ruling on my point of order. I was able to watch the meeting from yesterday. Thank you for finally ruling on my point of order first thing in the morning. I would still greatly appreciate an explanation as to why you singled me out and selectively enforced me on that point of order, and now it's okay to display these signs in the back of the room. I don't think that was right. I still don't think it's right. Supervisor Mills, I think the public deserves an explanation of how you were able to fast track your paving project. And how much did that cost the public? Supervisor Clapp, I think it's time that you realize, based on the last election cycle, over 60% of your district does not agree with you. You do not represent us. Honestly, I feel it's time you should resign. It's just sad times here. You guys talk about division constantly. Where do you think that division's coming from? You guys are making life a team sport out here. That's not what it is. We're all human beings. We are all citizens of Calaveras County. I understand that you all have your respected districts to supervise, but gentlemen, you need to understand that when you make decisions, they don't just affect your district, they affect the entire county. I think that's something you all need to think about. And Supervisor Mills, you're so good at dropping these silent poison-esque last-minute items here that aren't even on the agenda. Now we're talking about putting something back on the ballot. Why are we playing this game with everybody's lives? If we were going to do that, why didn't we do it almost a year ago when we were talking about it? I don't understand what's going on here, guys. You made a decision to ban. Stick with it. Own it. Deal with it. Figure out how you're going to fund it. Enforce it. And in closing, Administrator Letts, I'd like to thank you for your work on the budget, but it's unacceptable. If you clearly look that the Measure C and the deficit are very close to each other, there's no reason we have a $9 million deficit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good afternoon. Under the urgency ordinance, cultivators were required to pay a $5,000 annual registration fee to cover the costs of administering the program. So to remain in compliance, the planning department required me to pay $5,000 to renew my annual registration that would have expired on May 22nd of this year. So before the deadline, I walked up to the planning desk and I gave him $5,000. After paying the fee, the planner returned with my renewed registration bearing an expiration date of June 7th. That expiration date was 15 days after the effective date of my renewal. So I pointed out to the planners, as I understand it, this is an annual fee to fund a program for going forward for a year paid in advance. And I said it seemed appropriate to either charge me a prorated amount that reflected the 15-day period for which the registration was valid, or that I should receive a refund for the balance after the ban ordinance took effect. And I was told there would be no refunds. So I went back and I looked, and at the January 31st, 17 study session, County Council advised the board that if they instituted a ban ordinance, the remainder of the unspent portion of the registration fees would have to be reimbursed to the registrants who paid into that fund. Well, this board passed a ban earlier this year that ended the UO and the registration program. Mr. Chair, I have two questions for staff and or member of the board, whoever feels best qualified to answer, and they are as follows. One, given the definition of a fee under Prop 26, what, if any, are the rationales, legal or ethical, for taking my entire $5,000 for an annual registration fee to fund a program that was only going to last for 15 days? That's one. Number two, why hasn't the nexus study of the registration fee program the county was required to conduct been made available for public review? If I could get any answers to that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I will close public comments, and we stand adjourned until next Tuesday.